Okay, we are live. According
Yay!
to
Hello.
this is
Hello!
impromptu, but here we are.
Hello.
Hello,
Welcome to
everyone.
The gayest stream in the internet. Don't fact
Yes.
check us.
Well, it is still the queerest tabletop stream on the internet.
Well, it's not a
Don't
tabletop
fact check
stream
us,
today.
but
Today
well,
it's
I mean,
just
we are generally whatever. Welcome, at least. Yeah, welcome to our anniversary extravaganza stream. It's kind of amazing to think that it's been a year. It feels like so much longer for so many reasons. Yeah, and now someone else talk.
I hope
I
you all
didn't-
just saw my cat boot my camera.
I didn't write up an intro like I was planning on. I gave
Yeah.
myself too much work to do for this stream and our scheduling for this month. But that's okay because I got most of it done.
That's what matters.
Yeah. So
Why are there 21 people here?
I
Welcome,
feel
21
What?
that's
people.
gotta be left over from our last stream.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's
I'm
4 people.
confused.
There's 4 people.
I'm seeing 3, but welcome to whoever's here.
I don't
Twitch
think-
is broken for me.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
fine.
not sure anyone's here yet. But that's okay. People will be here eventually, I'm sure. We can just talk to each other until then, because that's what friends do, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is
How's
what
it
friend
going?
things do.
It's cold.
How's it going, everyone? Is it oh, I'm really jealous of that, May. I
I
prefer the cold.
don't. I do, but I feel like my cold is not cold for people who live in actual cold climates. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, what's your cold?
Well, it's in Celsius.
Let me
I
get
mean,
my converter
that's
out.
okay.
Have
Tell me anyway.
internet.
It was 8 degrees this morning when I got up, and I
That's
was
chilly.
very unhappy.
Is it? It's the beginning of winter for you guys, right?
Yeah, it just started.
8 degrees is somewhere around high 30s,
46.
40-ish. Yeah, that sounds right.
I
Yeah,
got
that's not-
46.4.
Thank you for validating me.
Yeah, for early winter, that's pretty cold.
Yeah. That's
We had that a
still-
couple weeks ago here.
That's still t-shirt
Yeah.
weather for me, but
I was
That's
just gonna
fine.
say, like, that's. I mean, as a Canadian, that's t-shirt and shorts weather for me.
No,
but
that's teeth
Considering
chattering.
the rest of their climate, that's cold
Yeah.
for them.
yeah.
that is still that's chilly. I'll put I'll put a sweater on before I go down to Timmy's and get myself a double, eh?
What
Like,
the
I'm
fuck
sure
is
you
a
would
double
leave me
double?
alone.
Oh, a double is 2 bits of cream, 2 pumps of sugar. Because at Timmy's you just say like, oh, how much cream, how much sugar do you want? You say 1 cream, 2 sugar, or you just say, oh, I'll have a double, eh?
Oh, that's
Get me
like
one of
that
them. Get me
Geno's.
one of them. Small pack of Timbits.
This is that's like Pat's and Geno's. They will literally tell you to get to the back of the line if you say with instead of wit and without.
Yeah.
So with
it
without
is-
cheese. They'll throw you to the back of the line.
Gee.
Boy fucking howdy.
We're very serious about our cheesesteaks in Philadelphia.
Wow, I couldn't imagine why. Oh, my video's backwards. I should fix that. I will fix that in a second. I'm so good at running stream, y'all. I'm just the
I'm
best.
proud of you.
Bucky shut down AJ's computer. I was
Oh
wondering. I was
my
like,
god.
I was
That
like,
just looks
AJ's
really
Yes,
nice.
I'm not the only
waiting for
one.
me.
I know what happened to AJ last time, but still.
I was worried it was gonna happen with Satine, but
There we go.
she's really good about, like,
Is that what you renamed her?
yes, that is what I renamed her. Hello, babies.
Okay.
At least AJ is still like there and not messing up Scotty's careful placement, right,
Nice
Scott?
smile.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all gonna break in a second, and that's just how it's gonna be. And I'm gonna have to be fine with. Yep, there it is. It's broken now.
There it goes.
So I'm
I
just gonna
think
lean
that's
over
when
here
AJ
so
would
I'm
be
visible.
next.
Which way do I need to lean?
Yeah. So
Yeah, left
AJ,
side.
May, and Casey don't.
Scotty, you're in the wrong space.
It doesn't. I'm just trying to be visible. It's easier for me to lean this way than the other way. Nobody else
We are
has to
both
lean.
Aaron. We're
No.
both Aaron.
I want to lean though.
It's just right now what's happening is that May is AJ now, and Casey
Yeah.
is May now, and Logan is
Mhm.
Casey now, and Aaron and I are just both Aaron right now.
Oh.
And that's just how it's gonna be.
That's how it is.
And that's fine.
Assigned to Aaron by Discord.
I'm definitely
Double
not
Aaron.
bothered by that at all, in any way, shape, or form. I have never been bothered by. I'm hitting the wrong
By
button
anything.
as I modify these windows. I've never been bothered in my life by anything. It has never frustrated me when my careful window sizing and placement breaks.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sarcasm. Gotcha.
Right. So,
Sarcasm detector. It'll be real useful. Sorry, I'm old and I speak with Simpsons references.
yeah.
I wasn't allowed
You have
to
never
watch
seen The Simpsons.
Simpsons.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Mm. My mom thought it was stupid, so.
Oh, fair. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Logan,
Yeah.
have you seen The Simpsons? It's
Yeah,
your beat.
similarly. My parents were like, no, it's a silly, bad show. So I wasn't allowed to
Gotcha.
watch Simpsons or SpongeBob.
I wish I
Wow,
would
I
have
was
been
really
allowed to
glad
watch
to
watch
SpongeBob. I would love to have
Well,
not been allowed to watch SpongeBob. Fucking hated SpongeBob. Like,
Well, you
okay,
don't
There were
have to
some
watch-
episodes
Let me-
that were
let me
just painful
clarify.
to get through.
SpongeBob would have been an okay show if it hadn't been literally all we watched for years because of my sister. So yes, I did have to watch SpongeBob. I was forced to watch
Okay,
SpongeBob.
it's just like, I would have loved not to watch SpongeBob. I'm like, it's really easy. You just don't turn the TV to that channel.
not when I was growing up. Most of the
Mhm.
time, our TV choice and our music choice was my sister's, not mine.
There were some really painful to watch, like boring episodes too. Like the one where SpongeBob and Patrick are fighting. And
Isn't that like
I
Bad.
don't
lots of them?
remember the plots of any SpongeBob episodes, and I'm so grateful that my brain has finally let go of all of them. I just wish that SpongeBob memes weren't the big hot thing. Because I don't want to see
Fair.
it anymore.
Everything I know. Oh, she's leaning against me. Everything I know about SpongeBob mostly comes from memes. Like I know there's a caveman SpongeBob because I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
him in memes. I know there's a point where Squidward becomes really handsome because I've seen it in the memes.
Oh, the weird face thing.
Yeah.
Handsome
I-
Squidward.
Yeah, I don't know about a lot of other things about SpongeBob though. Yeah.
Boy, I hope AJ comes back soon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, how well we know it's cold where May and Logan are. How are you, Aaron and Scotty?
I'm
It's
eating.
in the 90s.
I mean, yes, okay. I'm
You're
saying
dead.
temperature wise, but how's it going?
I'm working 7 days a week right now. So if
That's
you can
unhealthy.
extrapolate. Hey, I'm saving up for Disney. Disney's
Oh,
expensive.
okay. Yes. our Disney overlords do charge a premium.
She's talking about a trip
But
to
there's so
Disney
much.
World, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
that-
no. I cottoned on to that.
Okay.
It is
Not just to
expensive.
buy out Disney.
Yay, AJ's back. But yes, it's very expensive, and the food there is very expensive, and we're going during a very busy time of year. Not the 50th, because I'm not that crazy. But I'm hoping we'll be able to get food reservations. Because that's an issue right now, being able to
Yeah.
eat at the park
Yeah,
and sit down.
I'm sure.
Disney World?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. Sorry, guys, my cat's an asshole.
My
I
cat's in
watch a lot of just Disney videos on YouTube. Don't ask why. I have no intentions of going to Disney anytime soon. But as soon as you said you're worried about getting food reservations, I was like, yep, that's Disney. And you said 50th, and I'm like, yep, that's Disney.
Yeah.
So you just call it Disney, not like Disneyland or Disney?
No, I don't speak
So
of Disneyland. It
there's-
sucks.
There's Disneyland in California. There's Disney World in Florida. So she's going to the one in Florida, and in my opinion, Disney World is much better than Disneyland.
Most people seem to feel
For-
that way.
For only considering one factor, like ignoring everything else, they only recently opened. They literally yesterday they opened their second park, Avengers Campus, and before that it was just this relatively tiny park of Disneyland. That's it. So like we're not gonna spend thousands and thousands of dollars just to go to one theme park.
No, that's
Whereas
not.
Disney
cost
World is this massive sprawling thing that's just got so much to do.
That's the really big one.
Is that the word?
It's the size of San Francisco. And then that's not including all of the Universal places and the SeaWorld places
Mm-hmm.
and all of the other like local smaller theme parks that are there, like Legoland.
Yeah, Orlando's got shit tons of tourist shit to do.
Dang.
Yeah. Basically,
Sorry, it's-
anybody's trip to Disney World is also a trip to the rest of the theme parks in Florida.
If you can afford
Yeah.
to have more nights there,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh, so now we're all back together.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk tabletop games?
Sorry, guys.
We should definitely talk
happens.
tabletop games. I think
Well,
we
you don't
want to
continue.
I
our
mean,
SpongeBob
we
talk?
can. I would rather not keep talking about SpongeBob. Thanks. I think that we should go ahead and start with how we all got started in tabletop games. What our first games were, and maybe our characters if we remember them. Because I don't think I remember who my first character was. I just remember who my first memorable character was.
That's
I
kind of
do.
funny. I do too, and I recently answered a question on the Everyone Dice Twitter that was like, "Do you remember your first tabletop character?" I was like, yeah, I do.
I
I do
I-
because I started
depends
relatively late playing tabletop Sims games. So
Yeah, I also didn't start until recently. I say recently, it's now been like 3 or 4 years, but still, compared to some of you guys who have been playing half your lives,
Sorry, not sorry.
Different journey for
I
everyone.
guess I'll start then.
Yeah.
So
Take it away.
contrary to what some of you might believe, I actually tried to start playing tabletops in college before I met Casey. So this was 2016, 2017, my senior year of college. And I had been listening to podcasts. I had done oddly enough, my first one was not Adventure Zone or Critical Role. My first podcast was a little tiny one set from Texas called Party Roll Podcast. They don't really upload anymore, unfortunately. And then from there, I went to Adventure Zone and then Critical Role. But I was like, I want to play D&D. I've got all these nerdy friends, and like, I'm sure some of them know how to play D&D, but we had the perpetual issue of everyone wanted to play and no one wanted to DM. So my first character that I made was a dwarf warlock, Pact of the Chain. And he was like the biggest Mary Sue character I've ever made. He was blind, but he could see through his familiar. I'm pretty sure I wasn't actually playing Warlock correctly because I didn't understand the rules of D&D at that point. Yeah. So fast forward a few months and we finally find somebody who wants to DM for us. And I'm like, I don't want to play this Warlock anymore. So I made a Halfling Ranger. And we only played like 1 or 2 sessions with her because one of the people we played with got really, really drunk at a party and caused a whole big scene, and nobody wanted to associate with him afterwards. So that kind of dissolved the group. Good guy. We are still friends with him. That was not a good time in his life. Anyway, so that fell apart within 2 sessions. And then we get to 2018, which is when I met Casey. It had been like a year since I graduated, and I was like, I want to make some friends. I live in the middle of nowhere, and no one plays D&D around here. So I'm going to go on r/LFG. I said, hey, I am I think 23-year-old at that point, and at that point also still identifying as female. And I am looking for a group to let in a just fresh new D&D player who has never played D&D in their entire life. And I got private messaged by our friend Charlie/Olga, and sorry, my cat knocked over my speaker.
He's helping.
Reached out and said, hey, we've got a couple people. We're gonna play D&D. We've got a guy who's gonna DM for us. We'd love to have you. And so, if you think our group is hard to schedule around, this group. So the DM was from Bristol. There was a guy in South Africa. There was Charlie, who was in Russia. And then there was Casey, and there was me on the East Coast. So if you think that was our group was hard to schedule around, this group was a
Next
pain.
level.
It was awful to schedule around. Like, I think we were playing middle of the afternoon for me, but like 11 p.m. for Charlie. It was
like 8 or 9 a.m. for me. And
it was,
you
it was
know,
not
yeah,
fun.
not a morning person.
No, I remember there was more than one session where we were like, hey, where is Redacted? So yeah, it was a great group. I loved them. I was playing a blood hunter named Adrian. We have yet to meet him in Everyone Dice, but he is there somewhere. He was the alchemy subclass before Matt fixed the blood hunter stuff. So I was playing him. He had a big halberd, and I thought it would be fun to make him a tank, but I didn't give him heavy armor. So he was strength based. There were a lot of issues with him. He ended up multi-classing into Forge Cleric, so that gave him heavy armor and it gave him some healing, and it was fun. Do you want me to keep going? Should I keep explaining my history with tabletops, or should we go to the next person?
I think we can move along to how the next person started
Yes.
in tabletops.
Yes.
So
But that's basically how I got started seriously playing tabletops.
Nice.
who would like to take over? Otherwise, I'm just
I'll
gonna say
go.
we're gonna go. Okay, sure. Aaron can go.
So how I got into tabletops, it was actually from when I worked at GameStop. Unfortunately, I worked at GameStop. Um, obviously, a bunch of my coworkers were nerds, and they were playing Star Wars Saga Edition, their own game. And my friend Shay, he was in the game, but he had never DM'd, so he wanted to DM a game. I came in a few sessions after they started when he was DMing it. My character was Zeltron, noble class. She was not the best fighter. I wasn't spec'd out specifically to fight, but stat-wise, she should have been fine. I just kept rolling horribly, except when plot demanded it, and then I would crit. Literally critted 3 times on the final boss. She was not a good person. Went through a lot of trauma. And after the campaign ended, we nicknamed her the Pro because it was set during like right after Knights of the Old Republic, right? So we nicknamed her the Proto Palpatine because she became Supreme Chancellor and was not a good person, but she had ridiculous amount of deception and persuasion stats. So she could just do whatever, and money. She had tons of money too, so she could just do whatever she wanted to do, basically.
Y'all, we just got raided by Transplaner.
Aw, thank
There's
you.
like 30 people here now.
Whoa.
Hi guys.
Thank you
We
for coming
are
in while I'm talking about my awful character.
we're discussing how we all got into tabletops. Kind of discussing who we are and how we got here. So, welcome.
Wow, thank you so
You're
much,
muted, Scotty.
trainer.
Oh, I'm still muted. We started Everyone Dice on June 3rd last year, so we decided today, here in the beginning of Pride Month, that we were going to kick off our Pride celebration with a big anniversary stream for Compass Rose Productions and, you know, all of our fun stuff. Lynn is unfortunately not here to join us, but we do have Logan, who, while part of the team, has yet to be on a stream with us, other than Wonder Home. So, we're fixing that.
Yeah, me and him are in talks. He is going to join us at some point in Everyone Dice Free Skies, but we just have to finalize that. So stay tuned.
And you'll
So,
be seeing more of me during Pride Month.
oh yeah,
Yes,
we're
Logan,
running a lot of
we're-
games during Pride Month. I would like to encourage everyone to go check out our Twitter. That's at Compass Rose Pro. We are currently running a big giveaway of a grand prize being a large set of the Colossal Philly Pride dice from Heartbeat Dice, a small set of Pride dice from Heartbeat Dice, a Pride Dice Vault from Talon and Claw, and one of the tabletop games that Logan developed, Preparing for Paris. That's going to be our grand prize, and we're also giving away a couple of little smaller prizes that include what game was it, Logan?
Time after time.
Time After Time, also developed by Logan, and just a single set of Pride dice. Those are going to be the small
You
prize
do not
sets.
have to pay anything to enter.
Yeah, you don't have to pay anything to enter. We are, however, encouraging everybody to donate to places like the Trevor Project, the Native Youth Sexual Health Network, a couple of other places. If you check our Twitter, you'll find the full list there. So if you donate to them, it can be as little as $1, as much as, I don't know, $100, $1,000, whatever you're comfortable donating, whatever you're able to donate. If you donate to them, send us proof either in our Discord or to our Twitter, and once we have certain numbers of donations, not amount, just numbers of donations, we will be adding extra prize pots to our pool. There are also a couple of other ways that you can add extra prize pots to the pool, which One of them does require, subscribing to us here on Twitch, either through a Prime subscription or just subscribing to us. But, there are several free ways to add extra prize pots to the pools, so don't feel pressured.
If you do have a free Prime subscription, take that money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket.
Give it to some of your favorite, small-time streamers.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't use
Comes
the Prime
directly out of Jeff
subscription...
Bezos' pocket.
Yes, it does come directly out of Jeff Bezos' pocket.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Because if that's true, then
It
better get
flies
on that,
directly
'cause-
into our pockets.
Yes.
yeah, that's how money works, right?
That's exactly how money works. Anyway, so please check us out on Twitter. Check out our giveaway. Also, take a look at our streaming schedule. We're going to be doing Logan's Game Preparing for Paris. We're going to be doing Wonder Home. We're going to be doing Glitter Hearts. We're going to be doing Masks. We're going to be doing Monsters of the Week. I'm sure there's
Bunch of
something in there.
one-page RPGs.
I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff on our schedule, so feel free to check that out. Anyway, who else would like to talk about the first time they played a tabletop game? Not me. I'm still eating.
I'll go. So I, like Scotty, am one of the oldies of the group. I've been playing since I was about 13, 14, give or take. And I started in grade 8, D&D 3rd edition specifically. My friend Emily ran a sort of mini adventure for us. And it was that kind of DMing where you're like, you have a vague sense of the rules, but it's really more about the collaborative storytelling and playing with friends, which is kind of where I fell in love with it. My first character was a dwarven druid who used a enormous petrified tree trunk as a great club, and he still shows up from time to time in the games I run. So they might run into him in Free Skies. But so I've been playing for quite a while, and I've played a few different tabletop games. I jumped over to Pathfinder when that came out, and I was pretty invested in that. You can't see it here, but I have a huge collection of Pathfinder books. And then I sort of fell off for a while, as happens, and some personal things happened in my life. Lost like the whole group of friends that I had, and was kind of just in a state of reevaluating things. And I was like, oh, you know what? I kind of want to play D&D again. I really loved that. That was a lot of fun. And that was what led me to applying on looking for group. And as AJ mentioned, I met that wonderful group there, which introduced me to someone whom I love very much, along with several other people whom I care deeply for. And that was sort of also where I first began to explore with my gender and sexuality, because it was a safe sort of haven for that, which we'll talk about in depth later. But not long after that, I had applied to this game on Roll20, and that was what led me to meeting all these wonderful, wonderful weirdos. And that, what a story.
I was wondering how you met them, because I know how I met them.
Yeah.
But you never told me how you met them.
Yeah, so I had applied because I was looking for, I was at the time I was very unemployed. and I was just looking to play more D&D, and I found this. I found it was Lynn's post, and it was just really well written. It was poetic, and like she had laid it all out really beautifully. And I was like, oh my god, this person really cares about building a story and a world. And I was like, I have to play in this game, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
And history
that,
is
Um,
over a year old, but
I don't know.
a year old for streaming at least.
Yeah, I don't know what the post looks like anymore, but the date that I messaged Lynn to get the Discord, information and start talking to her after Aaron made the initial interest for both of us, because Aaron and I had met
On Dragon Age server.
some odd number of months before then.
And we
was-
talked about starting a D&D game, and then we never started it
Yeah.
because we got ghosted.
Yeah. June 13th was when Aaron and I made contact with Lynn to join the game. 3 years ago, so June 13th of 2018 was when that happened.
I can't believe it's been
I-
3 years.
Right?
I didn't have as fancy of an introduction. Casey
did not.
texted me one Thursday
Yeah.
and said, "Hey, we have an open spot in a Pathfinder game. Do you want to join?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Because-
"I've never played
We also got
Pathfinder
ghosted
before."
there. We also
We got ghosted
Twice.
first session, and it wasn't even like, oh, they didn't respond. They had been in contact with Lynn
Yeah,
and were like
they were-
building out
they-
their characters.
second
They
were
were
about to
also
start.
literally, the second time we got ghosted, the second time we got ghosted, who in Ohio is calling me? Nobody in Ohio has my phone number. Sorry. The second time that we got ghosted, was the day that we were going to start. The person who ghosted us was literally in voice with us and in Roll20 with us, and then they just fucking disconnected, disappeared, blocked us all.
I forgot that they were in voice.
It
Yeah.
was weird.
Yeah.
What?
It
Yeah.
was yeah.
And that was when Casey got in contact with you to join us instead. AJ.
Because I was like,
After we
I
got
know
ghosted
someone
with
who
them
loves to
actually
play
in voice and everything.
and who will definitely not ghost us.
Like,
Yeah.
I think we actually still have their characters, I forget what they went by, but their characters, like, whole sheet. Like, they're
Yeah,
Oh,
Lynn
yeah,
had
Lynn-
already made art and everything for all of our characters. Like,
Oh, shit, that's true.
it was
Man.
They were-
fucking wild.
they were gonna be
That's
our tank.
wild.
Yeah, they were gonna be our
That
tank.
We went
Right.
through that entire
That is
campaign
wild.
basically without a tank.
I
You
started out
tanked
as
for
a
a
tank.
little bit. and
Arna
then you
was a
swapped.
tank.
A little bit.
Yeah, and then I just got sick of her,
Yeah,
and she had that frog sword, but that frog sword was great.
yeah. The
I
frog
love
sword
the
was
frog
wonderful.
sword.
Okay, but we're
We'll get into that later.
Yeah, we'll get into the
Yeah.
frog sword later. Logan.
Hold on real
would
quick,
you-
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, I have to go get water. Logan, would you like to talk about how you got into tabletop games?
Sure. So I'm similarly a newcomer. I think I started in 2016. I want to say maybe 2017. I had traced it back to like I was on Tumblr at the time and kept seeing like gift sets of Critical Role, and they're just sitting at a table and people are like commenting and putting in tags like OMG this bit's so funny, or like I'm crying, or like this is the best bit ever, and I'm like, these are just people sitting at a table, what are you talking about? And that led me to like, okay, I guess I'm gonna check it out.
And now you're
And
one
so I
of those
went-
people just sitting at a table.
I am, that is me.
Virtual
Yeah, I
table.
went and watched the first episode of Critical Role Campaign 1 and like instantly was just captivated. Like yeah, I've always loved storytelling, and for a while I considered like being a writer, but yeah, I don't know, something felt missing. And then when I watched these folks creating a story together around a table, I was like, oh my god, this is it. This is what I want. And
is
so
what's
yeah,
been
I like
missing.
devoured Critical Role the first season, the first campaign, and yeah, after a while I was on there was a Facebook group called I think it was just like Melbourne Dungeons and Dragons or something, and I was looking for anyone who had an open table, and yeah, someone random on the internet that I'd never met before named Haley was running a Horde of the Dragon Queen module of D&D, and she was like, yeah, this is going to be on this night at this game shop, need this many players. Yeah, and I was the first one to comment. I was like, oh yeah, I'm interested, I'll join. And yeah, my character, we started at level 1. My character, I wanted something super basic because I'd never played before, so I just went with the most basic thing, human fighter. And I was
Yep,
like, I can't screw
very
this up.
basic.
Yeah, like yeah, just
It's a good
so
introductory setup.
It is, yeah. and I'm not knocking it. I was just like, that is very basic. Solid place to start.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted something that I couldn't screw up, and like because like spells looked really hard, and like yeah, I'd watched crit roll, but like it seemed very complicated still. And yeah, that game went for 4 years. We went from level 1 to level 20, with pretty much the same party. We had one person drop off, and we picked up a new person along the way. But yeah, and now Haley, who's the really, really incredible DM, yeah, I now consider her my sister and one of my fellow players I'm now dating, which is cute. And I also have this tattoo to commemorate the campaign. So it says, "Don't dream it's over," which
That's awesome.
became kind of the anthem of our campaign. My partner played a bard, and yeah, sang this song to stop the big bad mind controlling the Sword Coast. It was a cool time. And then here we have different icons representing each of the characters, and then I've got a quill for the DM. And then I also, a couple of months into playing that game, started running a game of D&D for some high school friends that, yeah, we'd kind of fallen out of touch due to various other complicated things. But yeah, these are their 3 characters as well. Yeah, so yeah, to commemorate my first game that I played and first game that I ran.
I love that.
So that's how I got into tabletop games.
I guess that leaves me. It's my turn now.
May as well.
Is May gone?
hasn't gone.
Oh, May hasn't gone.
No.
I'm great
yeah.
at keeping track of everything.
Do you
Don't
want
worry,
me
I
to
got
go
you.
or you to go?
What would you
You
like
go.
to do?
I will go. I will go. You can finish us off. When I was a kid or a tween, I was really into Futurama. I loved Futurama. And Futurama has a movie special. I think it's called like Bender's Big Game or something. It's a Dungeons and
That is
Dragons
exactly what
themed.
it's called.
Yes. Oh my gosh. My alarm just went off.
Are
This
you
is May.
awake?
I am awake, yes. And I really enjoyed it. Watched this movie and I thought, hey, that's cool. That looks nerdy. I want to try that out. So I think I was about 12 when I started, and I just got a bunch of my friends that were interested. No one wanted to DM, obviously, so my first experience was DMing. It went about as well as you could imagine, but that campaign finished, or close to finished. It was very fun. Ran through high school. Sort of stopped playing for a while. Towards the end of high school, played little bits, one-shots, weekends whenever I could, but it fell out, you know. It's hard to find time always, people willing. So for a few years I didn't play anything, and then in 2017, I think it was, I was going through a really rough time in my life, and I remembered that I love D&D, so I started a new campaign with a few of my closest friends, and DMing again. But that gave me something to like do, like a focus on, and that really helped me pull myself out of my dark times. I have played a few games. The first campaign that I had a character running in was like it wasn't Starfinder, but it was some sort of spacey modified D&D, and I played a cyborg lesbian from the moon who was a mechanic, and I love her. Oh my god, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, okay. My
Sorry,
So I
Discord.
I
assume you still
forgot-
can't
I
see
forgot-
us, or...
No, that's fine. My Discord just freaked out, and I'd
Oh,
worried
no.
I'd like disconnected completely. It's fine. So yeah, cyborg mechanic lesbian from the moon,
Solid.
who was like a hillbilly, and then yeah, I eventually really wanted to play, and I was DMing, but a lot of the games I tried to play in didn't last very long. So I looked online. I actually didn't find Lynn's post on Roll20. I found it on Tumblr. I did find it. I don't know if it's the same post, but I found the original post posted.
Send it to me. I totally want to see it.
Yeah, posted June 2018. Yeah.
Yep.
And then connected, started playing more with you guys, and I've started playing more in the physical realm.
Meat space.
Yes.
Meat
Um,
space.
And that was my introduction. So thanks, Futurama.
I'm gonna take a quick
Yeah.
tangent. I hate the term in real life because like y'all are real. Just because we've never met
Am
in
I?
person, I'm pretty sure you're real. Just because we've never met in person doesn't mean that our friendships aren't real friendships. Doesn't mean that the
Yes.
life that we get to experience with each other as friends who interact online, friends who play tabletop games together,
Okay,
friends who play video games together. That's still real.
I've been playing more games in Queensland, Australia.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
and you didn't say in real life. You just said in the physical realm, which we're not physically in the same place. We can't physically play games together in the same location because we're scattered all over. But
Yeah.
we're still, it's still real friendships. This is still a real, tangible, emotional connection for us. Like, So
I've been more open with you guys than I was with any of my friends that I have in the meat space.
I mean, sometimes you gotta be, and that's why I like the term meat space, because it shamelessly pulled it from Shadowrun. Meat space is what they call the physical, body nonsense, and then you've got your virtual representation when you're in cyberspace. So
Oh, did not know that's where it came from.
yeah, I just straight up fucking jacked it from Shadowrun.
Me
which,
either.
I like
One of the
Shadowrun.
people I played with on a different game that I stopped playing when we moved to Saturdays, he called it Meat Space too.
Yeah.
And I thought I didn't know what he was saying. I thought it was like some kind of social media thing. I thought it was like
Like
MEET.
MySpace?
Nope, it's
Like
meat,
Just-
like
space?
MEAT, like your meat.
Yeah,
fresh
and then
Just
he
updated
typed
my
it
meat
out.
space profile.
He typed it out, and I was like, oh, he means like the place where you have your flesh bodies,
yeah.
like your meat bodies.
Wait, buddies, AJ? Buddies?
It's fine.
Do you have
It's
more than one
fine.
body, AJ?
Don't look over the bed.
So, okay. So, I guess now it's my turn.
Yes, now it is
I am
your turn.
officially the final remaining person who is in the stream at the moment. So, okay. So, I started... Oh, God. I think I started dabbling at 12 or 13 years old in just games in general. Like, I knew I wanted to play D&D, but I grew up in this awful little, incredibly white, incredibly Christian and conservative town that, like, was still in the grips of the satanic panic, even though it was the early aughts. Because everyone there was Christian. I swear to every god that exists, everyone was Christian. It was so awful for me growing up there. Cause you know, I was an egg. I had no idea I was trans. I just knew that my body was bad and wrong and I hated it. I barely knew I was queer. Like, I figured out I was ace, and I was barely able to figure that out. The only reason anybody was even okay with me being ace and saying I was ace was because sex was bad and wrong because it was a Christian town. I had no idea I was bisexual. And I wasn't comfortable existing as a brown person in that town because, like, I swear there were maybe 5 or 6 kids in my entire high school, including me, who were not white. And the high school was 600 people, so 1% of the high school was not white. I think there was one other Mexican family, there were 2 black families, there was a Filipino family, there was a Vietnamese family, and that was the entire demographics of the town. Everyone else was white. So, like, I wanted to get into tabletop games. I knew I wanted to play Dungeons & Dragons, which was the only one that I even knew existed. I didn't know that there were others back then, because how was I gonna find that out? Like, yeah, I had the internet, but I didn't really have big communities yet. I wasn't really on the internet properly yet. I was just writing a lot. And I did eventually make friends with some folks where I live now, which is a much, much, much bigger city. And I'm dating one of them. I don't know if he's in the house or if he left while I'm streaming, but, you know, and we started dabbling, like, I started dabbling with them in some games. We tried to put together a Pathfinder game that didn't end up taking off. I ran some little D6 game that I made up because I just wanted to do something. And then eventually, I think I was 15, the first time I got into a real game. It was a few months after I had met one of my older brothers. I have 2 brothers, both half-brothers, and my dad's son was raised by his mom. So I didn't meet him until I was 15 and he was 21. But I finally met him, and he ran a game for me and some folks that I don't talk to anymore for various reasons. And this was the first character that I remember playing. Because this was the first game that I really got to be in for more than, you know, a session or 2. As a player, not as the person running it. And I played, it was a D&D 3.5 game. And at the time, the homebrew world that my brother and his friends had created was 11 years old. No, 10 years old. Now it's something like 22, 23 years old. Like, that homebrew world is something that we've been collectively developing for over 2 decades now. And I say we because I've, like, officially have been contributing to the development of the world. Holy shit. It's this huge, massive, sprawling thing that, like, we've all put time and effort and love and characters into. And we being about a dozen people, that are all connected to my brother. So he starts this game, and I'm playing a demoness named Lavinia. She was a Hexblade, which is not... It's similar, but it's not the 5e Hexblade, because Hexblade back in 3.5 was a standalone class. And they were, you know, a martial fighter with some spells, mostly curses. And we played through this whole campaign. It was an evil campaign. We were all some flavor of evil, and we were being used to save the world, because how are you supposed to do evil in a world if the world doesn't exist? And that kind of set a precedent for me in how evil campaigns should be run. You need to find a really good reason to make this evil party do these things that may not be characteristic for them. Because frankly, a campaign where you actually finally destroy the world isn't all that fun, in my opinion, because then there's no world left for you to keep fucking with. That doesn't feel like a good, you know, campaign motivation for me. So that was our campaign motivation, was we were supposed to save the world, because how else were we supposed to keep being evil if there was no world for us to be evil in? So, so we saved the world, and the way that we finally saved the world was I managed to, I don't remember exactly how this went, I managed to break into some vault held by some powerful, like, demigod, and I freed some other powerful entity that gave me a wish spell. And I used that wish spell to overthrow the demon prince Grost. So my demoness overthrew Grost, became a demon prince herself, and is now revered as the Queen of Curses, having overtaken all of the levels of the Abyss that were under Grost's control. That was my very first D&D character ever. My first proper experience, my first proper tabletop experience, was overthrowing a demon prince and becoming a deity in my own right. And it was, you know, it was great. I had a lot of fun with that. And then ever since then, because that was probably 12 years ago or so, but ever since then, like, I've been playing in all kinds of systems, all kinds of games, consistently throughout the years. Like, I haven't really stopped playing tabletop games ever. It's just been present in my life, which is why even when I'm usually the youngest person at a table, or sometimes the youngest person at a table, I'm still usually one of the most experienced people at that table. The only exception is when I play with my brother, because everybody else has been playing with him since they were like 10. So yeah, that's my life. That's how tabletop started for me. It was this big important thing that helped me properly connect with a brother that I had never met before, and he and I are like, we're like this. We're, you know, best friends. We don't get to see each other as often right now because everything and scheduling, but that's where it all started for me.
That was so beautiful, y'all.
It was.
So,
Yeah.
So we've talked about how we all started in tabletop games. One of the other things that we wanted to talk about was how tabletop games helped us figure out who we are as people, both in terms of gender and sexuality, and just in terms of whatever, like who we want to be as people, our personalities, these you know, factors that tabletop influenced in us, because tabletop games have a huge influence and impact that a lot of people don't quite, like, even if they've played tabletop games and it's impacted them, they don't quite understand how big tabletop games impact can be.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it connects you to people, and it builds skills and helps you unpack what's going on in your head sometimes. And that's such a useful and important thing. And in a package like a tabletop game, like Dungeons & Dragons, or Shadowrun, or World of Darkness, or Masks, or just any of them, any tabletop game you play, it's fun on top of all of that. And tabletop can just be this really healing thing for a lot of us. So, I want to talk about how tabletop helped us figure out who we are and made us who we are. So,
because like, yeah, tabletop games are really impactful because it's a lot about it is improvisation, right? But not everyone's a born improviser, so we subconsciously or unconsciously pull from our own lives when we're improvising, and that is, yeah, it's not always conscious, but it's a really that level of indirection can really help you unpack things in your own life.
I agree. Now my question is, do we maybe want to play a quick bit of Jackbox in between?
does
Like-
somebody have Fibbage About You?
Oh, that could be fun.
I
So
can
I
buy
think
Fibbage
Fibbage-
without you.
I think we should start with Fibbage About You. I don't have
I think-
access to it. I think
Lynn
was
had
the one
it.
who has access
Yeah.
to it.
Right.
Okay, Aaron's going to purchase Fibbage All About You for us. I'm going to fiddle with the stream, so if one of you other lovely people would like to talk a little bit about something, anything, that'd be great.
Let me tell you about a little man named David Fairchild. No, I won't. Go on. I'm gonna tell you
Just-
about
just
David
pick
Fairchild
one of your
because he's a
characters
really
and start
cool.
talking.
Oh, I was just gonna tell you about David Fairchild because
I was
he's
gonna
a
say,
food
if we're gonna,
spy.
I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the topic or.
Oh no,
Talk
I was
about
trying to
something
do
while I
like
fiddle with things.
one of those you know, like old country
Oh yeah.
you know, like, let me tell you about a little fella named David Fairchild.
Good God.
He was a mountain of a man, 10 feet tall. If I was his, whatever.
While I'm
Flashback
waiting for
scene.
that to download, I can speak about how playing tabletops has helped me realize
Yeah, I
that
mean,
I am
I
aced.
Yes,
gonna
we
say,
can,
I
we
can-
can talk about that while
So-
we're downloading.
Yeah.
So in actuality, so Sarfi was my first character, right? The proto Palpatine. She, like I said, she was a very social character, and this is really before I had even started to think about if I was or wasn't ace. But I think I was kind of projecting what I thought someone like that should be, and like internally what I thought I should have been.
that is gonna be a common thread, common trend.
She was very sexual. She would sleep around. Anyone didn't matter except Huts, because Huts just slugs. Was all about motherhood, also not all about motherhood. Just all of that, and it's really been mostly Ashi, not Ashi. Ashi had like mother instinct of like all time mother instinct. But I have a lot of A names now that I think about it.
Wow.
But Alois and Anu, they're the ones who have been strictly ace and or arrow. Although Alois was more pan-romantic, asexual. But it gives you like such a good chance to role play how parts of yourself that you think you are but really aren't, so it's like gives you an idea of what it would be like, or project off yourself parts that you're not ready to actually be yet. So yeah. I'm
I did a bit of
more
that as
out
well.
in the internet than in real life.
I mean,
Same.
sometimes that's just how it has to be.
Also, generally,
first.
my family has never asked, "Hey, when are you gonna date?" Except my grandma. My grandma's like those women in your town, Scotty, when you were younger. She literally, I lived with her and my grandpa briefly. Literally called me evil for playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So.
We love lingering satanic panic. We don't. Satanic panic is bad. And for those who don't know, because there are people who may not know, satanic panic refers to this whole thing that happened primarily in the 80s, but kind of lasted into the 90s, which centered around media, including Dungeons and Dragons, being satanic and turning our children into Satan and devil worshippers. And satanic panic was like metal music, Dungeons and Dragons.
I was
video
gonna say, where's
games.
that newspaper clip
Yeah.
that has the list of like
Um,
witchcraft
like-
and rock music?
just all kinds of bullshit that, like, some of it may have been Christian in influence more than anything. Or like the video game Doom, which is about killing demons.
You can
So-
literally play
And
like
satanic.
with clerics and paladins and stuff like that. Like,
You can play Doom Guy.
But not
Yeah.
not worshipping Thank God. That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so yeah,
Well,
Satanic
Vivid
Panic.
is
I mean,
was that
the
whole thing.
problem is, if we're talking about the Satanic Panic, is that the imagery for like the first edition of Dungeons and Dragons, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, is, I mean, it's like got demons and stuff on it because you
Yeah, it
fight
does.
demons and stuff.
Um,
So reactionary religious people were like,
They should have just gone with dragons.
Even though
Dragons
it's
don't
literally
have
like, I know I forget what his name was, but it's the developer of Doom. I think Scotty mentioned it briefly. One of the head developers of Doom is a Mormon, and like if a Mormon can be a head developer of this video game, it's not satanic.
Yeah. But yeah, so
Vivid is
that's what we're
ready.
talking about if we say Satanic Panic. All right. So I
But-
need.
Wait, hold on. Let me get your phones ready, y'all,
Oh God, right.
and don't put it up yet, Scotty.
I'm not going to. I hit the wrong thing.
Oh,
I'm not
well,
gonna
we
put
can keep
anything up
talking
yet.
in the meantime.
Are you using your OBS Ninja code?
It won't get the audio if I do it that way.
Yeah, well.
I just tried it.
Okay, so we're gonna do it over Discord screen share.
Hmm.
Okay. Will you
And I'll put
give me
the
the OBS
the code
Ninja
in.
code anyway, so that I can have the visual?
I don't have it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure out a different setup for streaming that then.
We should just have it full screen.
I mean, I can. I just wanted to have our videos in it too. I can make it work. Just give me a second.
All right, I can talk about how I've explored things with tabletop
Yes.
games.
Tell
other
us.
than that. Yeah, so I was like, just out. Like I'd been out for a little while as trans, and at the time I thought I was straight, which is very funny now. But yeah, playing a pretty like manly character, you know, just basically me with this, idealized me with a sword, and yeah, trying to be very masculine through this character. And then yeah, it kind of evolved and I evolved, and I was able to explore like kind of my attraction to men through the game, like, you know, first with like NPCs and then with like my partner. Her character went through a portal, started as a female chaotic good half elf, came out of the portal as a male lawful evil half elf.
Hey,
That was
real
great
quick,
fun.
AJ, did you hit everybody in?
I thought everybody was in.
I'm not in
Only
yet.
you and me were in.
Oh,
Refreshing.
So new
I broke
code.
it. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay.
That's quite the change, though, Loki.
wait, what do we
I don't
have
know
to go
why
to
I'm
again?
Using my fucking phone.
Go to
Jackbox.tv.
jackbox.tv.
Mhm. And
And
The second
after
code?
everyone who will be playing is in, then we can go live to have people come in.
I literally don't know why I'm bothering with my phone. I don't need it.
You can
Please,
continue,
please use a name that can be recognizably yours, as opposed to a name of a character or a nickname.
Or MILF.
Or MILF?
Yeah.
We
I don't
need a
know
new
how to
load
change
code?
it, but I
We
was
need a new
MILF.
load
You can't
code.
change it, May.
We need a new load code.
Whoops. I didn't even check. I'm sorry. It was just that
You're
from
okay.
last time.
What?
I
You can
just
What are you
refresh
talking
the
about?
I would just
Look,
like us
my-
to, since
We are not gonna shatter anyone's dream. May, you can be a MILF if you want to be a MILF.
Just a fun fact. That was my name the last time I played because my initials are MILF.
Okay.
Almost. They're MLF.
Are they?
Don't need the
Oh,
I.
that's amazing.
Pretty fun.
Thing.
But yeah, I would like us to use names that are recognizably ours, so that our audience can recognize who is controlling what in the game, who is what.
Aaron is Aaron.
I can't see where you're screen sharing.
Or I'm not screen sharing yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's not yet.
Okay, sweet. I'll go.
Okay,
I'm
I'm here now.
Are we all in? Yes, we are all in.
Six
So
people.
put us live to see if anyone wants to join us. Don't click. Nobody click. Everybody's in yet.
Okay.
Okay, but
But yeah,
if
me
we-
and my partner's Dean characters dated before we did because we were in denial about how we felt about each other.
Oh, that's I've heard
Aw.
that play
Do we
out
want other
with
people
several
to join
different
us and have
couples.
fun?
Looking
I
at
don't-
you,
I don't
AJ.
think- I don't. We can have audience members come in after we've started the game, but we can't. Because if we have somebody come in now, they're not going to be in voice with us or anything.
Yeah.
But they can be there to have fun with Fibbage.
Yeah, but
Well,
like,
we don't know anything about them, so.
yeah, I don't think that
It
would
was another game.
exactly be. Yeah, that I don't think Fibbage All About You would be the most fun with audience members, unfortunately. So they can join in as Fibbage audience members after we start,
Yeah.
which is the thing that like is possible.
Alright. You ready?
All right. Let's do this.
Boy, howdy.
Welcome, my name is Cookie, and I'm the only person in this game you can trust. Well,
Can y'all hear everything all right?
Players ready to enter the Fibbage Dome.
Yes.
Yes.
Brace yourselves. Let's do this.
Too good.
Boy, howdy.
This is round one.
Logan, I just want your log.
Log.
The truth.
Rolls
That's me.
downstairs. Rolls over your neighbor's dog.
Bored.
Okay, here's your
Why?
first question.
I can't see anything.
Simulations Publications
You can't what?
Incorporated published a
I
strange
can't
new
see
game
anything, it just
called
says
Open
Fibbage.
Blank. Enter your
No
lives.
game.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
on your browser or
There it is.
It,
There
it
it is.
takes a second.
Oh God. I thought we were playing Fibbage All About You, not just Fibbage.
This is the only Fibbage game that was
Yeah.
here.
Fibbage All About You is in Fibbage 3, I think.
Hurry up, use a suggestion.
This was the only Fibbage game that came up on
Fuck.
Steam.
Okay, which one's the truth?
There's some dark ones in this.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
take a look.
Okay, Fibbage 3 is part of Jackbox Party Pack 4.
I think that was a
So
good
that's the one we're gonna need if we want to play Fibbage Enough About You.
Fibbage 4, you said?
Jackbox 4.
Jackbox 4.
Who
It's hard
made
to
that
think of a more
game?
depressing name for a board
What is
game.
it about?
Yeah,
What
that's
the
messed up.
fuck?
I was
Yep.
hoping it wasn't true.
What the fuck?
That is
And that
dark.
means
Yeah.
Why would anyone think that's a good
Who
idea?
wrote that?
Logan, you have negative 500.
That sucks.
Yeah, I guessed
pick a category.
a lie. Oh,
I entered something and then it didn't take. So
I spent
yeah.
too long
Okay, here's
to
the
decide
question.
Yep.
and just had it lie for me.
British woman was arrested for hijacking a British ferry and yelling blank. Type in your lies now.
Boy, howdy.
all the sound effects that go
Hurry,
along
hit
with
like for me
the
button if you can't think of something.
putting your answers in.
There's sure something.
Okay, here are your choices.
Hmm.
I'm almost certain
Okay.
that's not true, but it's funny, so I guess my vote.
Let's see what everybody selected.
Dang, Casey's good at lying, is what I'm seeing. That's a good one, May.
That is good.
Oh no.
It's funny.
Is it true?
Whoa!
Dang.
I don't know.
How is
Okay.
She stole a boat. She's a pirate.
what?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Okay, sure.
Still in the negative.
Select a category.
Is one of those urine?
Urine.
Yes.
Or
Okay.
One of them is also skin.
Got it.
It didn't let me pick.
Oh no.
No.
It literally, my computer is really slow right now.
Do you have Sims open?
No!
Weird.
It's
Maybe I need to
it's a
switch.
joke of culture.
I need to switch over to my phone, I think.
Here you go. Find the truth.
Hmm.
Boy
Let's
howdy.
see what everybody picked.
It sounded
That
like it
sounds
could be
pretty bad.
true.
thank you.
It could have been, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't. Hair.
Oh my god, was I right? Or was I also wrong?
What?
We're gonna find out.
Urine? Graves.
Graves.
What?
Graves.
Huh. So my lie wasn't that far off.
And that's it. Nobody else's lies got picked.
Yeah.
I am gonna really quickly join on my phone, because then I can actually participate correctly.
I don't think you'll be able to.
It won't let
Yeah,
you.
it'll put
rejoin
you in
the
as an
current
audience
round.
member.
Mhm.
No, okay.
I mean, we can just quit out of this. Aaron should be
Yeah,
able
we
to
can if
go
you
in
want.
and start over.
It's
But
not
I'm
done
doing
downloading
so
yet.
well.
Okay. Oh god, I have to
Again,
pick
skin
something.
is in there.
Mustache.
I took too long. I took too long.
Again, that was my problem.
Okay.
Apparently, it only flashed up for like 3 seconds and told me I'd taken too long.
We might need to edit the settings on the timing if that's a thing.
We might, yeah.
But oh god, I know what this was.
Knowing things is cheating.
Yeah. Can't know things.
Alright, where's the truth?
How dare you know
Clueless people
obscure
only.
facts?
Oh shit, I know what it is.
Alright, who picked what?
Everyone was pretty confident. Those answers came in pretty quick.
Yay!
I don't know if that's right or not, but I thought it was funny.
I thought that was the truth.
I'm no longer in the negatives.
Haha,
Use
gotcha,
those
mate.
ancient relics. You've gotten someone every
What?
round.
Seriously?
It was Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, for.
I
I
was
mean-
surprised it let me put cookies in
Like I
because
had
that
that.
was basically the truth.
I'm doing bad now. We can quit if you want.
In last place,
Pick a category.
Gonna be
Peter?
Skin is no longer there. So that's
Desert.
nice.
Okay, here's the question. It's time
Birth.
for a road trip. When in Marfa, Texas, check out the unusual art piece shaped like a blank store built right in the middle of the desert. Enter your lies now.
Store.
I think I actually know the answer to this one.
The thing is that there's multiple things shaped like things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, here are your choices.
the U.S. is very fond of making things that look like other things.
Hmm.
I feel disadvantaged.
Yeah. I
Okay, what did everyone pick?
I just think something that would be cool.
I got them to lie for me though, so that's a cheap win. What's a dinosaur store?
I don't know, but I
There
want to go
is
there.
one. There is one
There's a
in.
store in Arizona or Nevada.
Yep.
That's
Where
I
they
think
sell
it's
them.
Nevada. Because it's in Fallout New Vegas.
Negative.
I can't remember what I clicked on.
To be fair, though, this question was
What?
very oddly,
It was weirdly
What
worded.
the hell, Scotty?
yeah, shaped like a
Was.
Prada
Yeah,
store. What does
shaped
that
like
mean?
Prada store. What shape is a Prada store?
How dare you know things, Scotty?
All you do is eat chip and no
Select a
thing.
category.
Skin's back.
And we're
Also
doing
pants.
skin.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes.
The rare condition known as Argyria causes people.
If somebody didn't
to
pick
blank.
skin.
Type in your lies now.
Hmm.
I put a link to
Okay,
Prada
which
Marfa
one's the truth?
in the general chat in Compassers Productions on Discord. So if anybody would like to see Prada Marfa,
It's in the middle of nowhere.
yeah,
What?
yeah. Oh, I have to pick a thing.
All right, let's see what everybody picked.
Yeah, I was distracted.
See, but all of these sound like things I don't know about, so who knows?
Casey, that lie is scleroderma.
No, I know. It's terrifying.
I have a form of it.
I want to live in a world where skin turns to feather.
Oh, I didn't know that, hon.
It's so there's a version of scleroderma called morphea
Mm.
that literally
Nobody picked the
only
there.
affects your skin, your exterior skin, and doesn't do all the nasty internal organ stuff, and that's what I have. So I have this big patch
Okay.
that looks like a birthmark on my back. So, fun fact.
I know that there was a genetic skin condition that turned people blue, but it only affected this. It can't even be called a town. It's a family. They inbred
Ew.
so much. Like they didn't intentionally inbreed, but it was like a small town that never really left. No one ever really
Yeah.
left, so it just happened, sort of deal. And they ended up turning blue because of it.
Dang.
I couldn't think of anything, honestly.
Boobs here, please. Boobs here, please.
These are all so good.
You wrote that one.
I don't know, but
If
they
it's
are my
fun.
hero.
Boy, howdy.
Yeah, they're getting my points. I don't care.
Honestly, everyone's
I'm
getting a
losing
like
anyway.
for that because
Yeah.
Good ones here.
I liked that one. That was so because it was like it was Google, but not.
You're my hero.
That
Oh,
was a good one.
that's
AJ.
good.
That was not. I didn't even pick that one. I let them pick for me.
What?
What? It was on
Wow.
back rub?
Yeah, I don't fucking know why it was
Why?
called back rub. I don't remember when I learned that it used to be called
Okay.
back rub, but that
You
used to be
can't
the name.
beat Scotty at this game.
It's a
Scotty has a
trivia
lot
game.
of random
I do
random
have a lot
knowledge.
of random knowledge.
Look at that margin too.
Yeah, seriously.
Sorry, y'all.
Whoa.
This is why I didn't want to play regular Fibbage. This is why I specifically wanted Fibbage. About
Aaron got the most likes though.
Okay, it's
I win-
downloaded, so I can shut this down real quick.
Great.
I
There it
win
is.
the I don't know anything award.
Okay.
You started out
I'm
strong.
not playing on my computer now. I'm playing on my phone. I also need to get up and make food.
Bollocks. I'm going to have us we should join before we start the stream again.
So while we're setting up, I can, I guess, talk about how tabletops helped me figure out.
Yes.
Who the fuck you are?
So as so I am still sort of figuring things out. I came to an epiphany today, so that was great. But I currently identify as gender fluid, leaning masculine, and I'm very asexual. So kind of like Logan, I played a very masculine man as my first character. He was big, tall boy, very straight. I think the original lore for him was that he had a fiance and very straight man. I've always been really obsessed with werewolves, which feels like a very trans thing.
Yeah, that is an incredibly trans thing.
Yeah. But so I used D&D to play a lot of guys, just so that I could see what that was like. I've always played guys in every game that I've ever played.
Great mood.
But also
In our original game that you get.
except in our original game, but she was
Not traditionally
she was
feminine.
something. She was not traditionally feminine. Give me 1 second. I'm typing things in. So what as far as
It's starting.
base,
Sorry,
as soon
I
as
couldn't
being
control that.
it's okay. I'll just finish my thought real quick. As far as being ace, I didn't explore that during D&D. That I figured out in my own personal life due to stressful situations.
Yeah.
You know who you
Yeah,
are.
that's fair.
I think all six
Yeah,
of you can
sometimes
If
it's
Google
like
was
that.
Scotty's
if you wanna
brain.
get smoothies after, let me know. And if you're not playing, don't forget you can still join the audience. Audience members get to guess the truth and pick decoy lies to fool the players. Let's hit it.
Why am I an
I'm the
orange with
audience.
an eye?
Here's how it works.
Because
You're
eyes
gonna see
are
a
the
I like
things
these
for
yourself
this
on your
version of
device.
Fibbage.
Just answer as honestly as
Oh,
possible.
okay.
Then you'll get your chance to make up lies
Yeah.
about the other players.
If you don't
Get
like eyes,
500
I am
points
sorry.
for everyone you fool with your lies, 1,000 for finding the truth, and when the question's about you, you get reputation points for players who get the right answer. Got all that? Good.
This will be fun.
Submit your
I
honest
think I'm
answer.
gonna try to go cook while I'm doing this.
Okay.
I literally had to look around and see what I have displayed in my house.
We aren't all
We
getting
all
the
got
same
different questions.
questions, so
That's fair.
careful. You might give
That's
might give
fair.
hints on accident.
I will be back.
Hurry, time's almost up.
What's wrong, Mission? Are you a baby?
Who's still answering?
Fuck.
Question. This
Did you not quite make it,
player's
Casey?
favorite
Nah, I couldn't
This
think of
player's
one.
home is blank. All right, type in your lies.
Ooh. So we have to send a line out. It's a good way to get to know people.
Yeah.
I love the music for
Lucky the
all the
AJ skills.
Jackbox games.
I have it turned
Okay,
way
which
down
one's the
because I
truth?
can't process multiple things at once. Ooh.
I wish AJ were here for this.
Yeah.
He
Let's see how
knows me
things
the
shook
best.
out.
Where is Lucky guessing? Not me.
And
Nice
this
one,
was
Casey
also-
is at an advantage.
What? I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
sounds interesting.
Oh,
Oh.
Scotty and Casey said Funko Pops. That's interesting.
Wait, was I right? Was I right?
Yep.
An ostrich in a top hat picture.
I
Yeah.
just seemed
We'll
out
get
there.
AJ to send a picture in the Discord. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It was a 50-50
Here's the
chance of
question
that
for
being
ya.
AJ's answer
The
or
first
their
word
lie.
that popped into this player's head was blank.
Oh.
And here's
There it
the
is.
question
What
now.
am I thinking, y'all? Oh!
Um.
Ostrich in a top hat. He even has a little pipe.
This is just our opportunity to call Scotty out.
Yes. Call me
This is
out.
just how I put words into Scotty's brain.
You all know me. You all know what I
I-
like.
Oh no, I had a.
My answer will not
It was
make
a
it
better
seem like
thing
I
I
know
could have
you.
written. Yeah.
I'm not a good liar.
All right, find the truth.
Yeah, I should have done like gay orcs or gay werewolves or something.
Click, click, click.
Ouch is
All right,
also
let's see what
good,
everybody
actually.
picked.
Yeah, ouch is,
I like
ouch
that
is
one.
pretty accurate, given all the pain I'm in all the time. We love chronic pain.
Oh, that's fair.
I like orcs.
Click, click, click.
Here's the question. The substance this
Oh,
player would
good
least like to
gods.
swim in would be blank. Write your
It's a
lies
weird
now.
question. It doesn't really tell you a lot about my personality. It's just a very broad question.
This is gonna be one hell of a thing.
This could be interesting.
Okay, here you go. Find
Ugh.
the truth.
Oh man, those are some good answers.
Okay, what did everyone pick?
Ugh, mayo, gross.
I mean, I would not like to swim through mayo. I don't. Yeah, so that's also true.
Thanks for the points,
Also, I
y'all.
don't like tuna salad.
That's all also mayo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, true. That sounds dangerous. But that one was very close.
Are we all wrong?
I think we're all
Something you might
wrong.
Be interested in.
My
What?
lie was kind of.
I
The patrol, I mean, like May was.
This
But
was just so
Okay.
wildly open-ended. There are so many things that would be so shitty to swim through.
I'm not gonna
Nuclear
lie. The
waste.
reason I didn't choose motor
Now, listen up.
motor oil was
Something
because I was
a
like,
family member once told
That sounds a little too computer generated.
Okay, enter your lies.
What?
I was like just gonna call it like petrol or something, and then I was like, what do Americans call it? And so I was like,
Ah.
typey.
See, if you had said petrol, I would have been like, oh, that's Logan for sure. So,
I
maybe
didn't
it's
pick
good
it
you
because I'm
didn't.
like,
Mm,
that's not how we speak. But it's just
I was
Smart.
Americanizing my words.
this is fun question I was given.
I had fun with my answer.
Hey, I'm serious about that timer. Finish quick.
Come on, guys. I even put extended timers on.
Hmm?
Imagine if it wasn't extended
And I
timers.
appreciate it.
It's just so
Yeah.
open.
Okay, take a look. And
God, that would
find
be
the
very
truth.
hectic. This is a real thing that someone said to you. I mean,
I'm loving these.
Okay, let's take a look.
a lot of these are quite good.
Scotty,
Scotty, you
that's
just chose
just
that 'cause
you. You just like bees.
Yeah,
do like
well,
bees.
bees
Family
rock.
members like bees.
Yeah, I just thought that was such a weird.
What the heck?
A family member told you that?
My uncle. Yeah.
What
Said
the
that your
fuck?
My-
sister is the chosen one and you're not.
My sister is the chosen one that will save us all. And me and my other sister are nothing.
Let's
I
see
have
what we
so
got.
many
the fuck?
questions.
Things this player wanted to be when they grew up was blank. Type in your lies now.
Make up sweet, sweet lies about me, guys. You know how weird I am. What weird shit did I want to be when I grew up?
You know, when I grew up, I wanted to be a writer. Guess what I'm doing?
Yeah, same.
All right, where's the truth?
I only wanted to be a game designer for like the last 2 years. I'm in 2 minds.
All of these could be something Aaron wanted to be growing up.
They're all incredible. I'm proud of all of you for these answers. But I gave it to my favorite.
Let's see what everybody selected.
A tire track.
Great lie there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank
Ah,
you.
good lie.
Well, so
Is it
much for
mother?
that one.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was-
so-
that
'cause
was
you were
the
talking
least
about
weird.
that.
Yes, that is
Exactly.
exactly why. Because
What's
she had
weird for
mentioned it.
you? Like,
Yeah.
So objectively,
weird
the
now.
the
Like,
the weirdest thing I wanted to be when I was younger was a god. I wanted to be a god when I was
Everyone's
younger.
gonna write one
But
That's
looking
fair.
back now, the
lie
weirdest
about
thing I ever wanted to
themselves.
be was the
Doesn't
mother.
matter what it is. Make those
Yeah.
lies convincing because
And that's like
This is so
objectively
programmed,
horrifying
yeah.
that I ever
and
wanted
for
to be
guessing
like
other
that.
players' truths. Get to it.
I feel. Okay. I've played this game. Wait, no, I feel like you know someone.
tick-tock. Remember, you need one truth and one lie before time runs out. All right, which statement's true?
Hmm.
Okay.
We
You've never
play
played
with
an
you
orc
though.
with me. Yeah.
Wei was an orc.
Oh yeah. But the majority have not been orcs.
Yeah. But also bear in mind, I've only played what 3 or 4 D&D games with y'all. I've played
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, but
Dozens
Scotty, we
to
know that you
100-ish?
consider the larger queer community as
Yeah.
your family.
Oh no, my local family. Just the people I'm actually related to who live near me.
Ah.
There are so many of us here, I'm never gonna meet all of the people who are actually blood related to me in this area. Like, not even in this area, just in this city alone.
AJ, I know that you love garlic.
Which one's the truth? Which one's the lie?
I don't know.
if You will know.
I know you've won awards, but I don't remember when.
I'm going with the one I think is less likely to be true. I don't know if that strat will pay off for me.
It's a fair strategy. Damn it!
I did!
Damn it.
Yes!
We did it! We're so good!
I thought they were later than high school. Smashing it. Okay.
My memory's not good enough for this one.
That was kind of a stab in the dark.
It's lies of
feel like
cat,
everyone's
dog,
mixed up.
ferret, and rabbit.
I knew I remembered there being a rabbit.
What do you mean by state, May?
Australian states. We have states. I live in Queensland. There's New South Wales.
How many
Northern
states do you
Territory.
have?
7?
Victoria. We have,
Okay.
8? I don't know. We have territories
Well, I think
too.
it's 8.
So it's
Yeah, that's what we have
states
as
and
well.
territories.
Yeah.
Mm.
not my grades, my attendance.
Fuck, I swear we've talked about one of these and I don't remember which one. My memory's not good enough for this.
Your memory note is not good enough
It's
for this,
Australia,
Scotty, but you
Northern
win
Australia, Southern
every
Australia.
trivia game ever.
Yeah,
Queensland, New South
I
Wales.
do win at every
Basically.
trivia game ever. That's why I don't like playing them. I like playing this version of Fibbage because at least it's a fair playing ground.
Scotty wins once again.
And Scotty
Still
still
win.
won.
I just double
Alright.
checked because I felt ashamed that I didn't know. We have 6 states and 2 territories.
Okay.
8 total.
Yay, most likes again.
Dang, it's very likable.
Now, why don't this how we play as our characters?
Okay, we should take a break and talk
Oh.
about some characters first.
What would Logan? That's
Because
the
Logan
problem.
hasn't
Is
been
what
in a
would
game
Logan
yet.
say?
Oh.
So we need to take a
Yeah.
break and talk about some characters before we do anything about characters.
Jackbox just called me the most gullible, and I'm offended.
Mhm.
It also said that Logan eats soup with a fork.
I don't know why it said that.
Weird.
Yeah, I'm curious. Hey!
No need soup with a fork. I do really like
Aha.
eating
What?
with a fork, though.
This is some solid music, though.
It is.
AJ's
But yeah, let's chat a bit about.
Yeah, let's take a break from
but-
Fibbage, and talk about some
Yeah, and then-
characters.
play some more a little later.
Yeah. I guess we can leave Fibbage on in the background while Aaron disappears.
Yeah.
Shit, man. I'm gonna fucking pop us back to this screen so we're at least mostly visible. Who would like to talk about a character first? Just pick your favorite character that you've ever played. Tell us a little bit about him. Someone.
I can pick my
Favorite
first ever
character I've
character.
ever played.
Character.
It's like I've only played like one character. In
I don't. I
one
love all my
campaign.
children differently. The
How can I
same but
pick-
different.
Different games.
Well,
He
you're
wants to
just
talk
gonna
about the
have to pick
dumpster fire
one.
that was Dimitri.
Strong reactions.
It
Well,
was
Dimitri
two
got
sessions
kicked out
that
2
he
sessions
lasted.
in, so
I mean, yeah, we could talk about favorite like character fails because I think me and Aaron have both experienced.
I've got a good one too.
I still like
Yeah.
Leorio, and
Yes!
on the Wall still
Yeah.
would have liked to keep him around, but
I know, but the entire party did not.
Fun
Oh
fact.
yeah, you just. Okay, we did the exact same thing. We attacked an NPC
Yeah.
against the will of the rest of the party.
Okay,
No.
not.
You
I
specifically
mean,
attacked an NPC that I'd paid to give me information, and he came back to give me the information, and you killed him before he could give me the information.
and
yes.
Dimitri attacked an NPC in such a way that would have gotten the rest of us possibly executed.
In
no, we would
hindsight,
have gotten away. We
in
would've gotten
hindsight,
away.
Leo
New ship,
should have
pirates.
waited until he had given the information before he killed him. He
Right,
was still
no.
going to kill him.
Would
then.
not have cared if you'd killed him after.
Really?
Would have been like, what the hell, but wouldn't have, like, yeah, she wanted that
Yeah,
information.
I don't think Runa's
That
that
was the
lawful
important.
good.
Fair enough. That was really, really fun though, because I was basically talking to Lynn at the time. I'm like, I guess I'm making a new character now, and she's like, I guess. So yeah, for context, the first game we were playing in, I had retired the character I was playing at the time, a dwarven cleric named Bairn, who does make an occasional appearance in Everyone Dice because I love him. And then I switched him out for an alchemist named Leorio, and he was a very damaged boy and did not approach situations as rationally as one might if they hadn't lived the life he had. And basically, like, the first meeting was like, oh, he seemed to get along with with most of the party, at least to some degree, and then like killed an NPC in the second meeting, and not like, oh, accidentally like attacked, like they were in a conversation, and I texted Lynn, I was like, can I do this? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I do this then. He pulled out his sickle and basically cut the dude's throat. And there was rational reasons for why he did
No,
that.
no, there wasn't.
Okay, yes, there were.
No.
You were all in a city that was very anti-magic, that was very zealotous in the way they pursued an anti-magic agenda. And Silanawal, being the kind-hearted individual he was, when this guy came back and was beaten up, immediately cast Cure Wounds. And
Yeah.
he's not a divine caster, he's an arcane caster. So this individual immediately had information that put him
Okay,
above them.
but we still needed our
And-
information.
Oh yeah, that was a misstep.
My character
the
doesn't
big-
have magic either, so. No,
I-
Okay,
no
well,
problem.
he would have been fine, but Solanawa was not, and would not have been. And
Yeah.
Leorio was developing a bit of a crush on him, so...
Sid Laldewall is very easy to develop a crush on. Sid Laldewall also
He
very
was.
quickly develops crushes on other people. So,
Yeah,
That's
but
just-
that was it.
who he
And that was
is.
also where they found out my character was, like, way more of a bug man than he let on. He had
Yeah.
wings and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really fun, and I really, really do hope I can bring that character back at some point.
Hey, Aaron,
But-
can
You
you
should be a skip
Aaron, can you kill the Fibbage stream?
Fibbage.
Yeah. I think the audio is desyncing Casey's audio from her video. So,
I can still jam to it. Fibbage 3. And then he became Ashi's best buddy, who's gonna help her on her civil war.
Yeah, because when we were all wrapping up, he got a chance to sort of explain himself, and some people saw his reasoning, even if they didn't agree with his. But he was two members of the party, Runa and Gita, were just like, nope, fuck this guy, fuck
Yeah.
this guy, and Ashi was.
You got in
also
the
like
way
that.
of her mission.
yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. In
Ashi
his
got put to sleep. I forget why. And then she woke up, immediately saw everyone else attacking and not being cool. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. That was so much fun. Like, that was a session where, like, we were all tend to wrap up around, like, 8 o'clock or so my time, and we ran, like, an extra hour because of
Yeah.
the party was attacking each other.
I threw myself in front of a burning hand spell from
Uh-huh.
the NPC that my character was dating. Dating? Sidlal Nawal in romance. Yeah,
Yeah.
so Sidlal Nawal got the full force of a burning hand spell to prevent Leorio from taking it. And yeah, it's fine. This
And
is
then
fine.
Ashi promptly punched him
Yeah.
as a monk.
And Sidlal
Yeah.
Nawal was just trying to keep us from getting kicked out of the inn.
Yeah.
I don't care about
Did
the
it work?
inn, only vengeance.
We got
That's
kicked out of the
The
inn. in
only
end.
thing.
You did me.
Should we talk about the twins, Scotty? Speaking of getting kicked out of an
Oh.
inn.
So, okay, so Casey's first Sky Pirate campaign, Aaron and I played twins. Aaron played a tiefling named Zanetta, and I played an Osamar named Amancio. And the beginning of the campaign, after our session zeros, was everybody on a transport ship to this inescapable prison called Gehenna.
Inescapable.
Inescapable
Which
prison.
does exist
And-
still in
yes.
in the new world.
And what we
We just know you need a dragon to get out.
what we told the party, and by we I mean Zanetta, was that we had been arrested for killing an officer. Now, while we were certainly wanted for the deaths of officers in the Legion, that was not what ultimately got us arrested. What ultimately got us arrested was dipping out on an in payment. We never paid our tab.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That never came up.
It never came up. I was
We're still
waiting
hiding
for
it from
it
the
and
party.
waiting for it, and it never got brought up. It never happened.
And now we live with it.
Yeah. So yeah,
Or
that
Amancio
was
does.
that
He's
was
the one who
what.
feels guilty about stuff.
Amancio doesn't particularly feel guilty about dipping out on the in tab,
But
considering
lying to everyone
the-
about what we did.
Amancio didn't lie. Amancio didn't say shit about it.
So neither of us feel guilty.
If somebody asked him directly, he would tell the truth, obviously, but he didn't do it.
And if anyone like came to Sonetta and was like, "Why'd you lie to us about Sonetta?" It's like, you just met me and you believed me.
Amancio.
Why would
um,
we not?
Yeah. It was.
We're
it
in
was a
prison.
thing.
Why would you believe us?
Fair point.
Because
God, there are
I
so
don't know.
many characters we could all talk about. We could just spend the rest of the fucking stream talking about characters if we wanted to, frankly. But
When AJ gets back, we will have to talk. Me and him will have to talk a little bit about Castian and Rhea,
yeah,
who, yeah.
I'm going
Alois.
I'm gonna send us on a bit of a break because it's about 7
Mhm.
o'clock. We've been sitting on stream for a couple hours now.
Oh, yeah,
I need
too.
to feed the cats, so I'm gonna send us on a break
Yeah.
for a little bit. It's probably gonna be about 10-15 minutes,
Cool.
and we will
Cool.
come back and talk about some characters then.
Sounds good.
Bye, y'all.
Hi, we're back.
Welcome,
We are
welcome back
back.
to us.
So
We've returned.
casual.
Um,
So,
Yes.
as I was
I
about to
think we
say
can be
before we
casual
went to break,
sometimes.
I'll always wish that she could be a cannibal. Let's discuss.
Just jumping right
What?
into it, huh?
Alois wants to be a what?
Cannibal.
Cannibal.
Oh god.
She wants to see what people taste like, but she's not allowed to. It's against her religion.
Anu is also like a strict cannibal. Should we be worried about you, Aaron?
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Did you just say it's against her religion?
Yeah.
To an
Yeah.
extent.
Non-ritualized cannibalism is frowned upon.
Thank you.
Scotty.
Anyway.
Look, me and Aaron went to a we went to a
We
place.
went to a dark place with Alois.
You
As
sure
the
do like to
DM.
go to weird places.
As the DM, it is not my place to tell her no.
Yes,
It is my place to tell her yes.
Yes.
And
It is absolutely your place to tell her no.
Or
I don't
I
feel
think
that
a
way.
better solution is yes, but.
See, the thing is, if Aaron
I'm not actually a cannibal. She just wants to be one.
if Erin ever came to me with an idea, and I think she has a couple times given me an idea that I said I don't think we can make that work. But if she were to ever come to me with a character that I felt didn't fit the world, the lore of it, I would 100% say, okay, but we have to adjust it a little for the lore. But Alois and Anu, if we get into it at some point, like they both very much fit the lore of the world, and like Alois was from Braelia,
That's
which
fine.
was a nation ruled by vampires, so ritualistic cannibalism
Was already
is
sort okay.
yeah. So it's not like she was doing this in Andoza, which was like a nation run by the alt-right, basically.
Yeah.
And Anu is totally not introducing more eldritch horrors into the world. Totally not. Totally.
Yup. Sure. I
totally didn't say that Kalesh is gonna have pet mind flayers. Totally didn't say that. Yeah, pet mind flayers, May. Yeah. Yes, the puppy.
we were gonna.
So
talk
I
about
had to get a
characters.
little notebook out.
Yeah.
I had to get a little notebook out to write down all my characters that I have ever played.
I
because
can't
I can still
do that.
remember all of them. But I will limit it to just the ones I've played that are played with you, but also had a meaningful impact for me, which is a significantly lower number. So I've already told you about Adrian, but right after that, I played Rhea, who was a tiefling cleric and who was just perfect. She was a perfect individual who ended up dating Casey's character, Cass. Cat is getting box.
Your character,
And Cass was not a good person.
No, you were gonna make him a really bad person, and then Rhea was like, "Nope."
What did you say, Aaron?
No.
Yeah.
Not flipped. Your camera's not flipped.
My camera is exactly the direction it's supposed to be. Last week I didn't. I
okay.
didn't remember to flip it around the right way.
Ah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that campaign basically exploded. It's not a good time. The person who was running it tried to TPK us at level 4. So
That's something
we were
you
level.
have to discuss with your party ahead of time. But
So
okay.
basically, what happened was we had a really tough fight, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, fights are hard. Like, some DMs are like that. That's fine. But then we get back to where we were supposedly going to be resting for the night, back to town, and he's like, "Oh, the leader of the town and the guy that is paying you because you were all in prison, he wants you to fix the sewage problem because he can't take a bath." And we were like, "Well, could we solve it tomorrow? Like, we're really tired. We just fought a bunch of orcs." And then he was like, "Well, he's really angry. You really need to go fix this problem," like pushing us towards this fight, even though like we were tapped out. Like, it was bad. And we get down there and there's spiders. There's lots of spiders.
Yeah.
And they have like poison that paralyzes people. We have no way of cleansing that.
Yeah,
So it was like,
the first person who got taken out was Charlie's character, and they were playing a celestial sorcerer, I think.
I don't remember.
I don't know, but
I didn't
we
have
we
anything.
didn't have a cleric there. Yeah.
I was a cleric. Rhea was a cleric.
Oh, yeah, but you weren't there though.
No, oh no, I was.
Yeah,
I was
'cause-
there, but I wasn't there because at
Yeah.
that point I was still working on Sundays.
Yes,
So
that's what it was.
that was
So
the other
the
thing.
DM that was
Basically-
TPKing you just made your cleric not do cleric-y things, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, on top of trying to TPK, he did it while one of the players wasn't there.
Great. Fantastic.
So yeah,
Tabletop etiquette there.
he didn't succeed in the TPK because basically what ended
We
up happening was we ran.
He did
Wow.
kill one of the characters though.
No, he
did
killed
kill-
two of them. He killed Stefan and he
he
killed
killed Charlie and
killed
Stefan's
Charlie.
characters.
and we ended up being like, "Hey, that wasn't cool. Can we do
Break
a
on it."
reset?" And we ended up doing a new campaign, but he was like really salty about it, like
Yeah.
really passive aggressive about it.
Yeah.
And then we found out that he was looking for another group behind our backs without telling us.
Great. Fantastic.
And
Exact same
yeah,
time.
and then he said, and he then sent us a message saying, "Hey guys, I'm not going to be able to continue this game because I have a scheduling conflict." And then like I had known because I had seen him advertising this. He had soft blocked us all on Twitter. And I found the link and I was like, "Yeah, I did see on Roll20 that you were looking for another group, so that's fine, whatever. Bye forever, asshole."
Yeah, just fucking have the balls.
Like
to say
we made
so.
sure to call him out on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It was I was happy that we like AJ and like we called them out on it because like just if you're like I'm really not feeling because
I don't like the direction this is on. Like,
yeah, and
it's
like
fine.
I
Just
think
say so. Disband.
just woman
Don't
up
be a dick.
as
Fortify.
Go
Anyway,
says.
after that, I played Arna, the Blood Rager, in the first Pathfinder game that we played, and she was fun. She got a frog sword that was bought from a talking dog merchant. Basically, it was a really cool magic sword that was cursed, and it produced a certain number of frogs every night.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah,
we weren't
But
sure
then
exactly
was-
how we were going to handle
We
all
ate
those
We
frogs.
fed them to a
Frogs.
bag of devouring.
yeah,
is what
which
happened.
we
Yeah,
then
we fed
realized,
them to the bag
like-
of devouring. And we realized that it was really unsettling.
yeah, we were like, oh, we
Yeah.
gotta do something about this.
Oh, we should
Yeah,
talk
so
about
she-
what we did to that demon that gave us
Oh,
both those things.
what was his name again?
Belial.
Belial.
So, fun fact.
Belial.
Fun fact. Ashi was functionally immortal, and Silal
Yes.
Nawal was going to live for 600 to 700 years. And
And we words lawyered this so hard.
there was a demon fucking around with people. Not strictly evil, but definitely not good. Just having a fun time.
Definitely
fucking with people.
chaotic.
Definitely chaotic. He was just having a fun time fucking with people, and he kept fucking with us
He
because
did one good thing, letting that good boy talk? That good boy dog talk.
He kept fucking with us in particular.
Yeah, but he okay, but also to cycle back to that, he didn't permanently let that good boy talk. He gave him like fleeting intelligence that was slowly being sapped away, and it was
He was
like
such a good
really
boy.
depressing because he's like, I can feel this going away, and it's like,
But then he can be
this
with
is
his master again.
So, fuck, what was I saying?
Belial.
Yeah, I don't remember what specifically I was saying though, because y'all kept
Sorry.
jumping in. So he was specifically fucking with us because one of us, I don't remember who at this point, released him
May.
from a box that he had been stuck in. Was it Runa? It was Runa.
Yes,
so,
it was.
Failed my
so
check.
I
the
wasn't allowed in the
box
library.
Charmed us. Yeah, you weren't allowed in the library. A handful of us were, and it was because of Sidlal Nawal that we got in at all. Sidlal Nawal wanted to get into this library, see the library, learn what he could, and got almost everyone, into the library. And the box tried to charm us all on the way out. Sidlal Nawal had the counter charm theme that bards get in Pathfinder, and got most people uncharmed, but did not successfully uncharm May. So May still managed to
And I
get
was
the
the
box
most-
open.
Important person, probably because of the rogue.
Yes.
The lock on the box was not an issue.
Pointless. So, Runa opened the box, and since we couldn't figure out how to get Belial back in the box, we ended up signing a contract with him that tied his fucking hands. He could not charm anyone for as long as we were all still alive. He never once
No, it was
asked us
for as
how long
long-
we would live.
It was for as long
As
our,
any one
as,
of us.
as the beings currently existing as us exist on this plane.
Yeah, any one of
And
us
for-
was still there. So,
For Ashi, who keeps getting reincarnated every time she dies.
and then of course,
Respectively.
Sidlal Nawal was going to live for some 700 years because he was really
Right.
fucking young.
But what I will
well,
say
someone of elven
is,
lineage.
all he needed was for all of us, or maybe a few of us, to die off, and then any of the rest of us to just travel to another plane. Like if we had ever traveled, but if we had during the campaign ever traveled to a different plane,
he would have been
he
able to go back to
technically
wreaking
no
havoc.
longer would have been bound. So he
But the
so he
second
could
any
have
one
then
of us
become
went.
an enemy.
So
I guess.
anyway,
yeah.
we kind of bound his hands for as long as our characters were still there. And
Yeah, it was.
His lawyer demon
yes.
son was like, "Oh, this is ironclad. Sorry, Dad.
Yeah,
You shouldn't have
Yeah.
signed this. Why'd you sign this, Dad?"
yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is
Well,
immediately
eventually-
after, not immediately after, but some decades to hundreds of years later, Sidlal Nawal went back home and got put immediately on trial.
Because he didn't want to be a dragon.
Well,
king, right?
eventually,
That wasn't it. It was that he left it all.
Oh.
I got bored with Arna because I like barbarian type characters. They're great. But she was the first of the really dumb characters that I make. Like her intelligence was really low.
So you went
And I
to
just
that.
so I switched over to a witch, a kobold witch who looked like a spotted gecko. And her name was Gita, and she was very cute. And we had a big issue where everyone thought she was an actual child.
Yeah, we did have that
Because
issue for a
I
little bit.
tried. So you know how kobolds don't live very long. The infamous 15 days, or 11 days, not 15 days. It's 11 days conversation from Critical Role. So I was like, okay, she's gonna be like 9 years old. In kobold years, that's adult. Like that's
Yeah.
young adult.
Yes.
And
We had
everyone
some
was like,
issues
wait,
with
she's
that.
only 9? And I was like,
This baby.
and then I was like, no, she's an adult for a kobold. And then everyone was like, no, she's 9. She's a child. And I was like, okay, whatever. So we ended up retconning that, and she ended up being like an actual adult. But everyone was freaking out, and like it got to the point where like the game was centered around the fact that Gita was a child.
Yeah.
Like NPCs
we had some
were
trouble
like,
with that.
yeah, NPCs were like, hey, we don't want you to be adventuring because you are a child. And I was like, this is not what I wanted. And then, yeah, we changed it. It was fine, but it's a little frustrating. And then
I have problems with the way Dungeons and Dragons does, or really any tabletop game does, well, races should have different lifespans. Because frequently what they do is, well, okay, it's not really the fault of the tabletop creators. It's a cultural issue that we have that gets applied to tabletop games, with people being like, oh, it's totally fine that this, really young Kenku or whatever is in this romantic relationship with a, fully adult human or something, because, that's an adult age for it. It's a cultural issue compounded by the way they handle ages of quote-unquote short-lived races in Dungeons and Dragons. So personally, I don't think that tabletop games should ever have races that are shorter lived than humans. It should be human lifespan
Yes.
It
or
takes
longer.
a ton of issues.
Yeah, it's so
honestly,
and it's not necessarily creepy depending on the player. But I've had so many bad experiences with it being really gross and creepy that I just can't deal with it. I just can't.
I've been trying to even move away from giving characters and like NPCs that are attached to my characters. I've been like pushing them away from ages in general. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, they're a late teenager or they're an
Mhm.
older adult. Like,
Yeah.
it's so
is
that way I don't
honestly
even have to
fine way
mess
to handle
around
it.
with guessing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't like the idea of having actual ages, but whatever.
Yeah, it's the actual ages issue is literally, as humans, we have a really hard time conceiving of the developmental process of a race that isn't ours, and that shows really, really badly anytime a writer for a fantasy or sci-fi project tries to give a fictional race a shorter lifespan. It shows really badly in that specifically. Like Kess in Voyager. There are so many issues with Kess's storyline in Star Trek Voyager because her race only lives, I think it was 7 years at most. So they're adults by the time they're 4 years old. And it was just a creepy, gross storyline because they gave her this relationship with a man from another species that lives at least the standard human lifespan, if not longer. And it was just creepy. The whole thing was just creepy because, humans can't wrap our heads around the idea of a shorter lifespan race developing like that. And so the way it was written just came off really fucking gross and pedophilic. It was bad.
It'd be like, it's the way I would see it. It's like if a Asari, like from Mass Effect, they live to 1,000 years old. 100, you're still considered like a teenager, basically, late older teenager. Still like that 100-year-old Asari dating like an 18, 19-year-old. That's gross.
Yeah.
Like
that's still gross.
There's
because
it's
at
such an
100 years old, you still have so much life experience compared to an 18-year-old human. It's just bad. It's just bad.
I also, getting away from the creepy elements of it, Rai, in our current campaign, he's got a lot of sisters. I think 6 or 5. I can't remember the number, and I feel like I should remember the number. Okay, it's 5. Casey's telling me it's 5. We've met one of them.
Rai is
the
number
oldest
6.
one. Rai is number 6. And trying to figure out their ages. Because in Casey's world, furbolgs live a really long time.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, that means that they're going to be able to have children for much longer, which means they can have a lot more kids. So I
Not
was
as long as.
what you're
Not
saying?
as long. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's just
Not as
slightly,
long
like,
as.
things.
They're not as long lived as in the.
The
Like
guide
as
the
they're
source
listed
book.
though,
Right.
because as we were talking, I also have issues with age,
It's-
long-lived races and
It just gets
whatnot.
done badly so often, and it's unpleasant.
Yeah.
So like I was trying to figure out, oh well, how old are these people going to be compared to like each other? So like Jen, who we just met, she's in her 50s, but that's like middle-aged. Like, I mean, in your 50s is kind of middle-aged for humans too, but like she's on the younger end of that. And then like Rye, he's about 20, which is like young. It's adult, but it's young to be leading.
He's just coming into his
Right.
adulthood, whereas
Exactly.
Jen is in the prime of her adulthood.
Exactly. And then everybody else is in between somewhere. And then I was also like, okay, well, there was this war, so I need to figure out like where the break is in the war and when they didn't have children. And then like there's 2 of them that were born after the war and a bunch of them that were born before it. So which ones were in the war? And why weren't they if they weren't? It was
Yeah.
like don't make a lot of kids in long-lived races.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
got my boy Carrick, who I play in a play-by-post game that a friend of mine runs. He's a tiefling, who was born to an elven family, and I just gave him the elven lifespan because frankly it doesn't make sense that tieflings would have a different lifespan than their parent
Tieflings
race.
should be like a template.
Yes,
Like a
in
template that you add on to
Pathfinder
races.
2e they are. In Pathfinder 2e, Tiefling is a variant heritage that you can take regardless of your base race. So is Aasimar. And
I
I've
would
been
argue so
talking.
should Genasi.
Yeah, Genasi should be too. They don't have Genasi in Pathfinder 2e, and they didn't have Genasi in Pathfinder 1e. So they had something different. They had a bunch of separate elemental races that weren't the same as Genasi.
That
Anyway,
got folded into it.
but what I'm to get sidetracked from my sidetrack about Carrick, so I've been talking to Casey a lot about us potentially swapping over to Pathfinder 2e eventually, probably not in the Sky Pirates campaign, because that would just be a whole lot of work. I did, however, figure out that it would be entirely possible for me to take Scarborough and convert him into a Pathfinder 2e character without having to do anything homebrew. Pathfinder
Nice.
2e is just so customizable in a much, like, more user and player friendly way than Pathfinder 1e. So, yeah, anyway.
That is good because that was my biggest
Pathfinder
issue
1e
playing
is just there's
Pathfinder.
so
I was like,
much.
ugh.
They streamlined
And that's not even
feats.
considering any third-party stuff.
Yeah, they streamlined feats and they broke things up into a much easier to consume way than they did in 1e Pathfinder. So like, whereas, you know, we're branching out really hard into homebrew with D&D 5e because base 5e just isn't quite enough for us. Pathfinder
Like, no
1d,
customization.
like, I don't need homebrew with Pathfinder 1e. I can make Scarborough out of the Paladin class. He would be, it's not called Paladin in Pathfinder 2e, it's called Champion. But I would be, and it includes Paladins and a couple of other similar, like, styles. But, like, that is what I would use to make Scarborough, is their Champion class, instead of having to do something completely homebrew for him. I figured out how to do all of his abilities, his little mini spell casting, his ability to just reach out and protect somebody from damage they're taking, reduce the damage they take, shit like that. Like, it would be so, like, not easy to do, but it's more than possible. And overall, like, everything that I've been looking at in terms of Pathfinder 2e has just been really, really fucking cool. So, they're still releasing adventure modules. At some point, I'm gonna probably, I don't know if I'll run it, but at some point we're gonna play a Pathfinder 2e module so that y'all can start
nice.
figuring out the system. It probably won't be on stream when we do it. It might be, but it probably won't be. Just so that we have time to figure out what the system's like and how to make characters in it and how to do everything we want to do. Because it's very different
Modules
from
take
first
a
edition.
while.
Yeah, they can. But it's very different from first edition, and obviously it's very different from D&D 5th edition. So, but yeah, I'd like us to consider swapping over to Pathfinder and kind of moving away from Wizards of the Coast where we can, just because of the issues there have been in there.
Can't wait to get back to our World of Darkness game.
Yeah,
I really
which
like
isn't
that
gonna be World of Darkness.
I miss my
anymore.
boy.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. Because we've got the I can really easily adjust Dresden Files to work for Cognizant, and I would have to, like, we would all have to sit down and talk over your characters because lore is going to be completely different if we're going full on Cognizant.
Well, we don't have to go
Yeah.
full on Cognizant. We could create something that's just like, because we're gonna stream it, obviously.
I would like to, like, if we get back to that game, I would really like to use full Cognizant lore for it, everything that I created for it, because
yeah.
I fucking love all of the world building I put into that. The Cognizant universe I've been working on for longer than I've been playing tabletop games. I've been working on it since I was like 11 or 12, and I've put so much time and energy and thought and heart into it. The first trans character I ever made was for the Cognizant universe. She's a changeling. Her name is Devika Honeyset. And she's British and South Asian. And she's a comic creator. Who her changeling ability, when she came back from Arcadia, was the ability to paint things and creatures into existence. Because her art style as a comic creator was very painterly watercolor, you know, kind of like
That was literally initially the initial concept for Kay before
yeah, I know.
he became something
was,
very different.
Really funny to me when you said that, because I'm just like, there's character like that, that isn't going to be in the campaign I'm running for Cognizant at all, because she's in a completely different area, embroiled in her own story with the first polyamorous character that I ever wrote, whose name is Paul. She
Paul
is
polyamorous.
Yeah, she goes by Paul. Her name is Pollyanna or something like that. I don't remember. She goes by Paul. She is something that I call an attached, and they're kind of like the slasher movie villains. So, that's a thing in Cognizant that none of you know about, and isn't really... It's a new development in the universe. Attached existing. So... But yeah, I was talking about Carrick, however, my tiefling, who doesn't like to be called a tiefling because he's an elf. He was raised as an elf by a family that loves and accepts him. And if you call him a tiefling, he's going to be offended by it because he's not part of whatever tiefling subculture and community is out there, because he wasn't shunned. He didn't have to go build a community. He's part of one. He's the seventh child of a seventh child, which is why he came out a tiefling. So he's got 6 older siblings, and his mother has 6 older siblings, and I still haven't decided whether or not this is true, but his father might also have 6 older siblings. So yeah, he was also born at exactly midnight of the new year, during a blizzard, possibly in a doorway. So lots of things just sort of conjoining on top of the event of his birth to really just
Mhm.
make him catch the attention of a demon who went, boop, and turned him into a tiefling. So yeah, I love Carrick. He's my very
Lots
horny
of
Robin
piercing.
Hood. He has so many piercings. He has hundreds of piercings, literally hundreds of piercings. I counted them all once. It's a lot. There's a lot.
If I could go briefly back to what we were talking about, long-lived characters, Anu's age has been artificially lengthened. Like, if what had happened to her had not happened to her, she'd be dead already. I mean, besides, like, the whole sacrifice thing, if she had lived her full life, she would be dead already, like, over double times. I had already decided for her that she would be Ace, but there's no romance whatsoever in her future. Even sort of elves, even though they're long-lived too, they're just like in a different like state of mind than her, she feels. And she kind of sees most of you guys as like children, basically.
That's fair.
Like-
I mean, so when we played the original Sky Pirates game, that's kind of where Cornelius / Finn was at, because he was functionally immortal, like the kind of reincarnation situation. Like, he started out as a Loxodon. Well, he didn't start out as a Loxodon, but when we started playing, he was a Loxodon rogue. And then I got bored with him, and I was like, hey, I don't want to play him anymore. And he became Finn, the gnome warlock. But he was like, all of my characters end up being kind of like the stick in the mud character, like the moral, like, hey guys, don't do this kind of thing. Except for that one time that Cornelius somehow stole money from from two people because they
somehow as a Lexodon.
I'm trying to remember what the exact. It was involving
May
betting.
It was May and Lynn's
Jimmy.
characters, Jimmy
Yeah.
and Titania. Not Titania.
They were trying to fight, and
fuck,
they
I know
bet
her
money.
name. Yeah,
Petrichor.
Petra.
It was Jimmy and Petra fighting, and betting on who won, and they gave both of their bets to Cornelius, who was supposed
Who
to
just walked
pay
off
out
with
to the
the
winner,
money.
and after the fight, he just left.
Yes, because things weren't going well.
And he disapproved
So
of the fight.
he was. I should also mention I made him lawful good. He was a lawful good character. So he basically said, "This is why you shouldn't bet on your fights, and this is why you shouldn't fight with each other. And because you did that, I'm taking your money."
Yeah.
And that was probably the most in character thing I've ever done.
That was
The most like
entertaining as hell.
yeah, it was like I don't think I could ever do something like that again. But yeah, it was
fucking
fun.
Amancio was, I think overall, the party skewed good when we had everybody counted all together. Because Amancio was chaotic neutral. Zanetta was, neutral evil? True neutral? And I think Jimmy was...
I guess you could call her true neutral because she didn't really... She's too depressed to care, honestly.
Yeah.
She just kind of went with what Amancia went most of the time.
Yeah. And Jimmy was, I think, neutral skewing evil, if I remember correctly.
I feel like if there was just a chaos, no neutral, no nothing. Just
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was just chaos.
Yeah. And then
Petra was
Petra was
neutral
good.
good.
Yeah. So like overall we ended up skewing good. Like the entire party
Yeah.
put together was neutral good.
Which does not make sense considering the individuals of this party.
Like with the actions that we took, it ended up making sense. Cause like there was the pack of intelligent wolves that we ended up saving from slaughter, effectively, and brokering
I
peace
think it
with
was-
a town with.
I think it was that we were so chaotic we went all the way around from evil to good again. Like
Amancio. So this is where alignments are hard
This is why I don't like
Because-
alignment,
Yeah,
because you
alignments-
can't really.
alignments are dumb. Alignments can
No
mean
one has
so many different
ever-
things
Like
to
by
so many different
traditional
people.
alignments, Anu is chaotic evil.
Yeah, that's the thing. No one is
Everybody
ever
interprets them differently.
one specific thing.
Yeah.
You're not.
It's all
Even if
about
you
context.
are a person who skews mostly chaotic good, you're not chaotic good all the time.
Yeah. It's so
So,
taking
it's-
Amancio as an example, like I say he's chaotic neutral because he doesn't care about the laws wherever he goes. He just wants to, get shit done. There are a lot of people who would look at him and go, "Well, you're lawful good." Because he does somewhere inside of him, without really consciously thinking about it, have a strict moral code that he follows. He's very, no, if I can help someone, if it's not going to kill me or get me thrown in prison, I should help them. And if you fuck someone over, well, I don't like you. And I'm probably going to kill you at some point if I can. He had somewhere in him this very strict moral code. Deep in his core, he was some flavor of lawful good. But also he was chaotic because he didn't care about anybody's laws. Like, alignments, the whole alignment grid that we see in Dungeons & Dragons and Pathfinder is just so wildly open to interpretation that it's almost completely useless, which is why I do like that 5e, and I haven't looked strictly through Pathfinder 2e yet. I don't think that they care about alignment much anymore either. It's just there for flavor now. But I like the way that 5e has moved away from using alignment as a mechanic. Now it's just there for flavor. That's all it is.
There are a couple classes where your alignment does matter a little bit, but all it really does is, like, if you summon a thing, it looks like this if
Yeah.
you're good. It looks like this if you're
And-
neutral, and it looks like this if you're evil.
That's flavor.
And that can be retconned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's flavor. Like, you can decide how you want to flavor everything. The flavor is not... We don't go to the rules for the flavor, we go to the rules for the rules. You know? So, like, I do heavily appreciate that tabletop in general has moved away from alignment being a mechanic. Like, the detect good and evil spell is no longer about detecting people's alignments. Now it's about detecting various, like, types of creature instead. Undead, celestial, fiend, fae, whatever.
Is aberration included in that?
I think so. I don't remember.
Oh, that
No?
would work
Okay.
on Anu then, Casey.
But yeah, no,
Well, it's like, it's undead.
Yeah. It's not aberration.
Oh my god. That reminds me. So, I've also played a character named Gabe, who was a druid, who he died.
Dimitri and Gabe have an interesting or different Gabe.
Yeah. No, this is Gabe. This is that Gabe. So he died, and he came back to life, and he was a druid, and he was slowly turning into a tree. And that was fun. And I think it was Aurelia who did detect good and evil. So technically, he was undead. So he was giving off signals, but I think Aurelia already knew that. So
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was Eleutherius that Aurelia had picked up fresh, who had also died before the campaign started and been brought back. Eleutherius, one of my favorite things about Eleutherius that we haven't gotten
Right,
to,
forgot,
and I hope
push the
that
top.
we do get to someday. But one of my favorite things about Eleutherius is that he always has at least one layer of disguise magic on when he's around basically anybody other than his boyfriend. Like, that one NPC, Ruslan, is the only person that he has ever willingly shown his actual real face and the magical scarring that he's developed because of his death. Nobody in the party has ever seen his actual true face yet. But someday y'all were probably going to, and the scarring, I've talked extensively with Lynn about this. The scarring was supposed to keep progressing. So right now it's just some black skeletal marks and his cheeks getting gaunt and his eyes sinking in a little bit. But eventually his lips were gonna start curling away from his face and doing that full-on decaying body thing. And by level 20, he was supposed to just be a skeleton walking around.
Well, that was kind of what was going on with Gabe. It was like as we got more powerful, like he was becoming a tree. I was
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
I have realized recently that I have a lot of issues with body horror because I've been trying to make Genasi characters. Like I want to make an Earth Genasi really
Mhm.
bad, but I can't get past the body horror aspects of it. They make me really uncomfortable. But that's a side note.
If we could briefly speak about Gabe and Dimitri's relationship. So,
What relationship?
The one that
do you remember the ring that Dimitri had? That the purpose of the ring, so we all had our own like magic items, like minor magic items.
I love that
Dimitri's magic item was a
Eleftherius
ring.
figured this out in character. Eleftherius figured this out in character in session like 1 or 2. And
So what?
I never got to use it. I was planning on holding that and harboring it and bringing it specifically to Gabe at some point because Eleftherius did not like Dimitri.
So
And I
Dimitri
never
was
got
a
to do
serial
anything with it.
philanderer. Went around the whole world just having lots of fun, right? Broke a lot of hearts. I don't know why they liked him. He's a horrible person. But he hates kids. He wants no responsibility whatsoever. So that ring was specifically to glow when within 5 feet of a close blood relative. Now, I know Lynn accidentally spilled it to me when I knew, like, obviously Gabe was related to me somehow, right? Because it glowed. That originally what was planned was that Dimitri and Gabe were half siblings, right? So, while that was in process, I was talking to him like, hey, what if Dimitri's dad wasn't actually his dad, and the reason why the Fae, the hags, are so interested in him is because the Master was his dad, which was like the living god king of one of the regions of the world, right?
the one that Gabe and Dimitri were from.
Yeah. And then when Lynn told me that about Dimitri and Gabe being possibly half siblings, I was like, you know what would be even funnier though, Lynn? There's a reasonable enough age difference that instead of Dimitri's quote unquote dad and Gabe's dad being the same, Dimitri is Gabe's dad.
So that we never even discussed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never discussed that.
I
So
didn't know if she had like actually went with it, but that's what I told her.
as far as I was aware, it just ended up being so what she told me was like she was thinking about that and she told me that was a possibility, but I don't think that was actually what ended up happening.
Never confirmed. No, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it was just like,
As far as I was aware, it was half
the
siblings.
same thing to happen to the same dude with a different.
Yeah.
But anyway, either half
He got
siblings
kicked out of the party.
or mom and dad.
Yeah.
He got mega kicked out. I'm not sure when we'll ever pick up that game again.
Scheduling, man.
He's a warlock now, guys.
Yep.
If that tells you anything.
Eleftherius is warlock too, of death.
We started that game at like the worst time.
Archfey warlock, yay!
Yeah.
Oh, remember when you almost got killed by the freaking
No, I remember being sick and doing awesome things and being fine.
hunt? The wild hunt.
It was
can't
fine.
believe-
I lived.
That last like session or two that we had though were some of my favorites with Eleftherius, because so when I made Eleftherius, my plan was to slowly over many sessions work him into being sort of an emotional stable center point for the party, because like he had his issues at the beginning of the campaign and I wanted him to work on those over a long amount of time and eventually become this emotional center point of no, you need to remember that you're not alone. You have your friends with you. It doesn't matter if you succeed at doing good as long as you try to do good, etc., etc. And Lynn took my timeline and went, nope, it's gonna come all the way back over here. And that those last couple of sessions were the beginning of Eleutherius kind of like stepping into being an emotional center point that I kind of designed him to eventually be, because his whole thing, the entire like concept of his character was to be able to pick up on people's emotions, read them, and help them move toward a happier, healthier position. That's his wisdom was so fucking high. It was almost as high as his charisma, and it was going to be as high as his charisma if we hit level 8. So that was like the point of him. But it was supposed to take so much longer to hit that point. It was supposed to take so much longer to deal with his emotions about having died and like losing his family. Supposed to read those letters, get over his guilt over whatever the fuck he thinks might have happened, because he still doesn't know why he was executed, and so on and so forth. And Lynn just kind of took that and went, no, you're doing it right now. We're just like, well, fuck, okay.
I've learned that when I want to do really long stuff, I can't do it because, like, my games don't last long enough to do that kind of thing. I want to have them last that long, but it's like, at some point, people get bored and we have to refresh it, or something happens, and yeah. So maybe one day I'll get one of those massive, like, 5-year campaigns that you get to level 20 and all that stuff, but
you can get to level at 20 at
you can
5
pass
years?
level 10. I don't know.
Yeah, like
I mean, it's possible.
In the
It's
same sort
doable.
of vein, in the same sort of vein, I had obviously had not planned for Dimitri to lose it at session 2, guys. Dimitri
I can't imagine you did.
Dimitri had a lot of self-worth, if you could believe it, self-worth issues and attachment issues. And like attachment in that he would reject attachment the moment he realized he had it, sort of deal. Violently, usually. And I was hoping to move through that, to learning to accept the way things are and not to reject things. And unfortunately, just the way things happened in the area we were in, just in general, it really kind of like tipped him over the edge, unfortunately. And caused a mental break, basically. And that's why he's like obsessed with you guys now.
I want Dimitri pre-mental break to meet one of my characters named Tommy, because they would get along very, very well. Whereas Dimitri went into chaos. I think Tommy fell more into like the law, because he was he sort of became like a perfectionist in work and stuff like that. He had very low self-worth. Also the kind of person who slept around a lot. Also hated children until I retconned that severely.
The
but,
main thing that like tipped the edge was that he had a huge thing about being tied down somewhere, and as you guys remember, you left him tied to a chair in a dark room.
Literally
He got himself
tied down
there.
That's not how he viewed it, though, Scotty.
Yeah,
and
I know,
so it's
but that's still what happened.
Worst fear come true about. So he had a noble lover, right? And that's how we got him. He got you guys onto the ship, right? He left her basically at the altar, and she is not a forgiving person, let's say. So he, if they didn't leave like immediately, following things, he'd be dead basically. It was a literal life or death situation for him to not actually get back to that country. And it just all kind of coalesced, and then he contacted the Hags, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this is great, great."
Tommy didn't have that stuff going on. He just had daddy issues, like
I mean, he
really,
also had
really
daddy
severe
issues.
daddy issues.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically daddy issues that led him to running away from home at a very young age, like 8. Being picked up by the overarching city guard, like, well, not city guard, but like military, basically. Being adopted by one of the members of this military, and then joining said military.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it was a time. But he was the kind of person who was like, nothing I do is good enough. I am not good enough for anyone. Like that kind of thing.
If I don't do
I was in
things
a
perfectly,
right. I was not in a good place when I made Tommy.
Sometimes that's how it is.
Yeah,
Um,
he was probably, for the time that I was making him, he was as close to me as I could possibly make, and I'm not happy with that,
yeah.
and I'm not like that anymore. So Tommy probably will
On a
forever be retired.
on a similar note, I'm realizing the further we get through Free Skies, that Scarborough is accidentally very much just me. Like, I intentionally made him trans, and I intentionally gave him, chronic pain similar to my own. I did
Douglas.
not intend for his, like, family situation to be reflective of the way mine felt when I was a kid. Or, for there's a lot going on, like, in his backstory that's just me on accident. And I didn't really intend that. But it's happening, and Scarborough is, I guess, me working through my emotions now these days, where I'm largely healed from all of the trauma that I went through. And, all of my feelings about being trans and queer and my issues with, like, my family and my childhood and so on and so forth. Because Scarborough is mostly healed from that. Not completely, mostly. And, like, he's in a good place. He still has days where he, doubts himself. He feels like shit. But he's mostly better.
I really liked when Scarborough said that he liked Rye's sister, because Rye's sister's relationship with Zan is a lot like Scarborough and Torrent, like, except less obvious, like, because so she won't admit that Zan is like a son to her, and he doesn't want to admit that she is like a mother to him.
Yeah.
But that's what their relationship is.
Yeah, Scarborough will wholeheartedly admit that Torrent is basically his mom. Like, she stepped in and filled that position because he was basically still a child when he arrived in Bastion. He left, not like wildly young, but he ran away from home, got smuggled out of the world above, at a pretty fucking young age, and he's still pretty young. Like, he's an adult, yes, but he's still pretty fucking young. And, like, he was full of so much self-loathing and self-doubt and self-hatred when he ended up in Bastion, and so much fire. There was just so much fucking fire in him, in terms of, emotional stability, emotional like depth. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but the Torrent, the entire like role she serves in Scarborough's life is the mother that he should have had growing up. Somebody who would teach him to, you know, be himself and believe in himself, and, you know, teach him to let himself be happy. And like I really wanted him to have some sort of a mentor or you know, parental figure in his life to do that for him, because I didn't want him to just be Amancio again, who ran away from home really young and was full of rage and fury and self-hatred, but had not had someone step in and go, here's, you know, here's the love that you need.
Well, that was when I was making Rye. I was like, I don't want him to be like every other character I've ever made, which is the sullen, stick in the mud, tough guy. I was like, I want a happy character. So when I was making him, I was like, okay, nothing negative. Not a single negative thing is going to be made into this man. Yeah. And so that's how I ended up with this guy who just wants to bake bread. Like, he wants to be good at it.
Yeah.
And like, I was like, I also at this point had started watching One Piece again, and I was like, okay, what is a very One Piece goal? And it's like, to be the best baker in the world. Like, literally everybody in One Piece is like, I want to be the best blank in the world. Like, that's how you make your One Piece Sona. So I was like, he needs to be he needs to have that goal, but I also don't want him to be fitting in with his family, because his family, they've got that chain of bakeries in the world above, and that's not a secret anymore. That's that was canon now. And like, he doesn't want to really do that. He doesn't want to live up to his family's expectations. He wants to do his own thing, and that's kind of the only thing that I think I have put from myself on him.
Scarborough definitely still has a certain amount of fury tucked inside of him, and I'm gonna dip into something that I don't think is gonna come up in the campaign, but that little bit of fury, I like to think, is what actually fuels the fire that he makes. Because I don't think it's like, it's magic, but I don't think it's magic in a strictly traditional sense. I think it comes from that little ball of fury that's still inside him. He's able to use it to defend people.
I can tell you with pretty much almost 100% certainty it will come up at some point.
It will? Okay.
You'll get a chance to talk about it in character.
Okay.
Like, you will get that chance, yeah. But continue, like, elaborate as much as you want. I'm just saying, you will also
basically
get that chance.
It was like Torrent found this kid that was full of rage, mostly at himself, and helped him direct that rage at the people who had hurt him over his years, and helped him learn how to harness that rage and use it for something actually helpful. Because he's a smuggler, you gotta know how to fight when you're smuggling things, or you're probably gonna die at some point, pretty quick. Smuggling's not exactly the safest thing you can do. So yeah, like, he was taught how to take that rage and that fury and turn it into something helpful for himself and the people that he has chosen to care about, and who in turn have chosen to care about him. And that latter part is still something that he's working on, is expecting people around him to treat him with a certain amount of care and respect. That's something that he's still, like, trying to get used to being a thing, is that he can expect people around him to be kind to him too.
I want to hear Casey and May talk, because they have been very quiet and have been just sitting there listening to us. I just wanted,
I like listening to you
guys.
Do I have problematic characters? What's my
I
problematic?
think
character?
Runa was a little
Runa was a little bit
problematic.
problematic.
Runa had secrets.
I killed this dude, but I
I'm
can't
still
tell
kind
everyone
of
why.
I'm still kind of
Yeah.
sad about that campaign ending when it did. Like, it made sense for our characters to split up where they did, but I'm still kind of sad about it because I feel like Sidlal Nawal was making a breakthrough with becoming proper friends with Runa, and then we all split up.
I feel like we probably could have gone for one more arc.
I have
I feel
problem
like
with
we could
characters.
probably I feel like we might be able to come together for an arc set however many years later, but I don't think we would have been able to do
That'd
an
be
arc
fun.
in the immediate.
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah, we would have had to do a time skip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't quite expect the campaign to end there, because I feel like we didn't get to the bottom of like the big evil dude who was like kept sending people after us and was like keeping information from us.
Yeah, no, we didn't get to that, but we needed to split up, like, we had to split apart at that point. There was no way
Yeah.
that we would be able to survive if we stayed together after Sidlal Nawal turned into a miniature sun to distract everyone in a city so that you could all escape after we murdered
I was gonna say,
crime
did we
boss.
We
we
blew
like
up
blew up a
casino.
building?
Yeah, yeah.
We did. We blew up a
I
casino.
blew up a
don't think we blew up the
casino.
casino itself. I think we blew up the like tunnel
Part
in
of
the
the
basement.
city,
Yeah,
though.
we blew up part
Yeah,
of
it
the
was on
casino.
fire.
There was definitely a bar.
Yeah.
There was
we
a
blew
part.
up-
There
we
was
blew
a
up part of the
cannonball
left-
flown.
we
You
at
left me
killed-
behind. I demanded so that you could save everyone else.
Yeah. And then
And now knowing that Ashi was functionally, she was like immortal basically.
she
you-
would
you
have
said,
been
like,
had
when
we
she-
reached level 20, or a higher level or something like that.
Okay, never mind.
That was going to be a later feature in her class that we didn't quite get to. But yeah, no, the wings that I broke out in that session were not supposed to be broken out quite yet. Like, technically, mechanically, I had them, but I had been planning on having one of you help Sidlal Nawal cut holes in the back of his shirt so that his wings could grow through them. Have some flavor in there of his wings coming in. And then all of that happened, and I'm just like, yeah, no, we're just gonna do wings right now. Sidlal Nawal is gonna go be a sun so that everybody can leave. And then the city fired ballista at him and started harming their own people.
And I
So,
survived
Yeah.
50 attacks of opportunity.
You went down, and Leorio had to come help you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
I did.
the only
I survived,
reason-
though. I survived.
it's the only reason Ashi didn't hate Leorio after that. Was like, oh, okay, this guy isn't a complete.
He isn't evil.
Asshole.
He's just
He's just got issues.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would have loved to explore those issues more because
I feel like
he was a very
such a short
broken
time with
character.
Leorio.
I feel like that's a story
Well-
that we could write because Sidlal Nawal and Leorio did go traveling together after the campaign.
They did. And I think we're both in agreement that their time traveling together did not necessarily end well. Like
I
not that they
disagree.
became enemies, but that they separated because they maybe had a difference of opinion.
I don't think it would be a difference of opinion. I think it would be that, like, literally, Sidlal Nawal has so many other things he needs to go do. He's going to separate from everyone eventually. That's always been in the back of his head.
Sure.
Doesn't matter who he's with until he meets his daughter. That's the one person, like, he's never going to separate from. And if he has any other children later, like, and they want to travel with him, he's going to keep them with him. Like, he had to take his daughter away. She's a sorcerer. And her mother was never going to be able to handle her magic. Only Sidlal Nawal could do that. So Sidlal Nawal had to take his daughter, and he can't stand still, but she's also wild and full of a desire to run around and check shit out too. So it's perfect. she can just go away with Silonawal, come back and see her mother when Silonawal comes back to see her mother, and
Yeah.
so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Leoria's whole journey was all about the idea of how much you will sacrifice for revenge slash vengeance, and at what point the line you cross the line from vengeance to revenge. He like his whole thing was about I don't care that I am damaging my body, because he had his bug manifestation came from a parasitic sickness
Mm-hmm.
that was slowly killing him.
Mm-hmm.
And the cigarettes that he smoked was a combination of herbs that kept it all at bay, and the mutagen that he took basically suppressed all that and just jacked up the parasite in him. So every time he transformed, he was slowly killing himself. So it was all about the idea of it's not necessarily a healthy cycle, and it
Yeah.
will only lead to your inevitable and very young death.
Here's the big thing about Silonawal, right? Is that he's it's hard to explain. If you're doing something to hurt yourself and it's only hurting you, okay, fine. If you have a good reason for wanting to kill someone, okay, fine. He'll if he likes you, he'll help you do something if he thinks that it's not strictly evil. Justice versus revenge, he's not going to see the difference. They're basically the same thing in his mind, because largely they both come from a place of wanting to correct something that was a wrong that was done to you or to someone else. And he doesn't particularly care whether you're doing it for your own good or for everyone's benefit, because in the end, typically, that's still going to benefit a lot of people. If you're going to go after somebody who killed a lot of people, it doesn't matter why you're going to go after them, whether it's because you just think that they should stop killing people, or if it's because they killed someone you care about. If you stop them, you stop them. Is he going to participate in the fight to stop them? Only to distract them and buff you. He didn't deal a single point of damage in that entire campaign. Before I had settled into Silonawal's character, he got out his short bow and he fired at something a couple of times and he never fucking landed a hit. And eventually I just got to a point where I wasn't even doing damaging spells with him ever. I wasn't doing anything damaging with him. I wasn't even trying to use weapons. All he was doing was healing you guys, buffing you guys, and debuffing enemies. He never dealt damage. And I ended up just rolling that into his character by the time we ended. Okay, he's just never gonna actually try to hurt anyone. He's just gonna be utility and support. That's all he is. So.
Ashi really, really admired C at the end of the campaign, to the point where the Republic was getting reshaped. She really wanted it to be someplace that still stuck to the one's core teachings, but would still be a place that, well, it would become, not still be, it would be a place that C would, not proud, because it's not C's and C doesn't get stuck in one place, but a place that C wouldn't feel that he had to hide who he was, basically.
And it's worth noting, there's no, oh, C's never coming back. C doesn't want to stay in one place for very long. He wants to keep traveling and learning new things. But he also strongly believes that there is merit in coming back to a place you've been, because you might see something you've missed. The only reason that he's not ready to go back home yet is because he knows that when he goes back home, he's going on trial, and he's probably going to have some kind of sentence to serve, and it might be death. So he doesn't want to go back home yet because that might cut his learning short. He's not going to be ready to go back home until he's too old to keep traveling, basically.
And speaking of Ashi's relationships with the others, Ashi and Runa, I feel like they would break up pretty quickly.
Were they? When are they
In
getting
that
together?
weird, yes they
Yeah.
are, no they aren't. Official breakup. Because honestly, Ashi really did like Runa, but I feel like she wanted Runa to be with her more because Runa was familiar, because everyone else was leaving, basically, and she also also is just like very different people, different places in life, basically.
That is
Yeah.
one loud child, one loud upset
Um,
child.
Yeah, their relationship was very weird.
It was sure
And I think
something.
the primary reason it was weird is, despite the other feelings that she may have had and not wanted to acknowledge, like, I don't know if Runa like she liked Ashi, but she also didn't. She also was scared of you and didn't like it. Didn't like anything Ashi was about. Just voted no
Ashi's-
to anything.
Ashi's
But also
just so
was into her.
rigid.
Yeah, so rigidly for everything that Runa was against. Like, you were the embodiment of the things that had fucked her life up. Like, it was not a good sitch, but also like she was into it, but she didn't want to be, but she kind of was.
So a toxic relationship. You're saying
It would
was
have
a
been
toxic
so unhealthy.
relationship.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been great.
I think Ashi would have realized that eventually, and she would have been happy to just stay as friends.
Like, genuinely, I don't know if I've ever admitted this to you. I spoke to Lynn a few times about it, but earlier on in the campaign, like, it was a heavy possibility that Runa was just gonna, like, try and kill you.
I would love that.
Like, just like while you're sleeping, or like poison or something. That was
Yeah,
in her mind as a possibility.
That would have
would've
been
been
a
great.
twist.
that would have definitely been
Um,
something.
Towards the end, no, because she realized, like, even though you're the embodiment for all the things she considers evil, she doesn't think you're evil.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know. It
the
was
way
hard.
Citlan Noel eventually decided that Ashi is Ashi's just a result of the indoctrination of her people.
Crazy
that's-
person.
That's what Baron came to as well. Was
Yeah,
like, I don't hate this person. I hate
I hate the way she was
everything
raised.
about this person.
Rita didn't want to
like,
kill her because
it
she was
was
bad.
Obvious that Ashi was trying to be good. She just had such
Exactly.
a skewed idea of what good necessarily was. And it wasn't
She's the living
it wasn't
example
skewed to
of,
evil
like,
being good. It was just
um,
skewed to, like, not quite right.
Runa considered murder because she was scared of Ashi. And that stayed throughout the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
Ashi would have never killed a single one of you, even if she hadn't taken her vow of peace.
That's
Citlan Noel
really
wouldn't
nice.
have killed anyone either, but that's because I decided that he just doesn't attack people. He
Runa would have killed
relies on
everyone
other
if he-
people.
Definitely.
He,
Ashi
So
wasn't
here's
like.
how this would have go. Baron, he loved some of you and cared for the rest of you, and he would have protected you. Wolfheart, also, he hadn't really gotten to know you all, but he liked you all. You were friendly enough. Leorio, though, to meet his own ends, he would have sacrificed
yeah.
any one of you in an instant
Citlan
with
Noel,
no hesitation. He was
Citlan
not a good
Noel,
person.
like, if Citlan Noel felt that any of you were going down the wrong path while you were still with him, like, the wrong path, like, you were deciding to be violent towards somebody who didn't necessarily deserve it, he would
Headed
have
that
done
guy.
something to stop you.
I murdered that guy in the woods.
Yeah, he didn't like, but we didn't know that.
No one knew that was coming.
When
That's
it like
true.
when you told
That
us
was
and explained
shocking,
why,
man.
Sweet Lonawal like was fine with it. He
I-
understood why you needed to do that.
Didn't
was
expect you
just-
guys to be okay with it, because you came back and I'm like, yeah, I didn't like him. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it.
Kashi wasn't
you're
happy
like,
that
okay.
she trusted you enough.
Sweet Lonawal, so it wasn't that Sweet Lonawal was just totally fine with it. He wasn't just okay. He specifically he felt that whatever had happened, Luna was not ready to talk about. Which is
You
why
guys- 'cause-
so soon after that he went so hard on, you know that you can rely on us, right? Like, we're your friends. If you have anything you need to tell me, you can tell me.
Me and Lynn like did that scene privately, so you guys don't know exactly, but it was really weird because I expected this guy to try and kill me,
Mhm.
and then I went in. You guys all went off to the town, and then I'm like ready for a fight, and he comes and he brings me this axe, and he's like, "Can you please murder me now?" And it
Yeah.
was just a really weird situation, very uncomfortable.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think Ashi, by the end of the campaign, was definitely better. She definitely did not finish her character development yet, I feel.
No, there was still room for like further growth, especially in
Well,
terms of
in
the
the-
whole
yeah.
god thing. That still needed a lot of work.
See, that was one of the reasons I kind of retired Baron, is that like I
That was just gonna
realized
be too
that-
much conflict over the course of the campaign.
it wasn't even that. I realized at a certain point that like I had created a character that had a goal, like he had a goal that made sense to him culturally,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't have anything like personal. There were no like personal stakes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
That
he
was
was
why I retired Arna too. Was like
yeah.
she didn't have a personal goal. She was just out there doing whatever. And then like Gita comes
Yeah.
along and Gita's like, "Oh, I want to save all of my people." Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. I think she was also going to turn into an Eldritch God at some point and
You
bring
know.
about
I
the end of
I
the
think I'm
world.
sort of treading that line with
Goals.
Anu a bit. I need to be really careful of how she thinks on things.
Yeah. Scarborough's got some goals. Scarborough has some goals.
Because Kalesha's goals and Anu's goals are intrinsically entwined currently, but she still needs something else. You know what I mean? So I need to be careful about that.
Mm-hmm.
Goals is smuggling, learning to smuggle, mastering the art of smuggling, and then doing some smuggling.
I wish
Yeah.
I could say that the only thing in Rye's head is bread, but like he's actually a smart dude because he is a wizard,
Yeah.
so he's smart. So
Scarborough's,
I mean-
Scarborough's kind of smart. He's mostly more wise than he is smart. He's like, so Scarborough's a clockmaker, and the way I characterize that is it being wisdom based for him, because rather than learning the technical specifications, he just kind of sees how it all fits together. And when he pulls something apart, he can, like, in his mind, he can go, okay, that makes sense, and that makes sense. Like, it's more intuitive for him in terms of how the pieces fit together. And then he goes and applies that to people. Well, these people fit together like this, and one of the reasons that I pushed kind of hard for the job to get the ship having originally been Scarborough's idea is because it made sense to me to look at him and say, well, he knows he wants a ship, like he wants to be on a ship that doesn't necessarily belong to other people so that he can, have more of a say in what jobs get picked up. So while he's looking for people to help him with this job that he has and that nobody else necessarily has their hands on yet, he's going to specifically be looking for people that he feels are going to fit together and build each other up pretty well.
I didn't think to find someone who can drive the ship.
It's fine.
It's fine.
We don't talk about that.
I just want to mention briefly that Anu
that was
is
an
a
oversight
cleric.
in character creation as opposed to an oversight in motivation.
I just want to mention briefly that Anu is a cleric with the 8 in wisdom.
It's fine.
You don't use wisdom as your spellcasting modifier, though.
Yeah, but still.
So
It explains a lot, doesn't it?
Wei as a witch. Witches in Yorving's material use wisdom as their spellcasting modifier. But Casey let me swap Wei's spellcasting modifier over to intelligence so that Wei can be very, like, arcane-minded in terms of how magic works, as opposed to, you know, intuitive working with it magic. So Wei's a witch, but he's a different odd flavor of witch. And we were short
While
on
we were on the
intelligence
subject
characters.
of putting together a crew, I think it would be a good idea to maybe like discuss what happened with our last pirate situation. So when we did the last Sky Pirates group, we had a really, well, it was mostly my issue of trying to get a hierarchy going in the ship. Because whenever you have like a ship like that, you're gonna have somebody who is the captain, and like I got really frustrated by that because it was sort of like we had appointed Scotty's character to be the captain of the ship,
Yeah.
but Scotty's character didn't want to be the captain of the ship, and we didn't want anyone because there's a line you can't cross where like the player then has
Yeah,
more
no one
power
player should be
than
more
another player.
important or like
Right.
It's one thing if a character is more powerful because that's a numbers game, but it's
different.
another thing if one player is more
When
important.
it's
one character
decision-making.
is more important than everyone else. That like
So
that's fine
whenever
for a one shot sometimes, but it shouldn't be the basis of an entire campaign.
so that's why when we start talking about the hierarchy of our ship, we are going to be talking more like, okay, we're all on the same level, we just have different roles,
Yeah.
as opposed to, okay, so and so is in charge, all the other players are on the same level as the NPCs on the ship,
and that's a huge
which is what it
reason
ended up being.
why when we left off last week, Scarborough went, well, I'm gonna have to talk to everybody else. Like, even if the job hadn't been like kind of shady, he still would have said, I have to talk to everybody else about this. I have to bring this to the rest of the crew. Because this, like, and this was how I was planning on having Amancio do things too, was it's all going to be group decisions. It's not his decision. It doesn't matter whether he's the captain or not. It's going to be group decisions. Because Amancio, like, so my big thing with Amancio was that he, on the surface and consciously, he didn't want to be a captain, but also he didn't want anybody else to be in charge of him, and he did want a ship of his own that he could make decisions on. So subconsciously, he did want to be a captain. Like, Amancio's entire character arc was him dealing with conflicting emotions about who he wanted to be and what he wanted to do, and how much he hated himself, and also how much he felt like he was a shitty bad person, but also how deeply he wanted to be a good person and felt like he was never going to be a good person, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how many good things he did. Like, Amancio's entire character arc was this huge, complicated, conflicting mess.
And then you had Finn, who was being like, you can't pretend like you know everything, you're just a child, because Finn was legitimately a former pirate captain.
But then
like,
you also
I
had
was like-
Meta on your other shoulder being like, you can do whatever you want. What are you
And
talking about? You're the best.
literally, in the back of Amancio's head, he's like, I don't know shit. I'm like, basically a worm. Like, Amancio hates himself so much still.
But also, I think Finn was in a place where he was, the way Finn deals with things is he was like, okay, you want to do this? Well, you're going to make the mistakes and I'm not going to help you. That's how you learn.
Yeah, and,
And
like,
he was a shitty person.
so the thing the big thing with Amancio is that like he subconsciously he wanted to be a captain, but and this was both conscious and subconscious. This was the one thing that was in accordance in him, that didn't have any conflict in him, was that if he was going to be the captain, he did not want to be the only one making decisions. He wanted everybody to have a say. He wanted everybody to agree on things as often as they could, like make at least as close to a unanimous decision as possible. Because he didn't feel like, even if he'd been confident and sure of himself and liked himself and felt like he was a good enough person to do anything or be anything, he didn't want to make decisions for everybody else without them having some say in it, at least some say. He never wanted to do that. He didn't want to be a captain in the traditional sense of, oh, the captain has the final say, the captain makes the final decision, it doesn't matter what everyone else says. He didn't want anything to do with that. He wanted it to actually matter how everybody else felt about everything. That was the one piece of him that was in accordance between the front of his mind and the back of his mind at all times.
The only reason I'm even bringing this up is because, like, people talk about, you know, sorting things out in their games to make sure that everyone's, you know, having a good time. And I figure it's important for people to know we spent a really long time.
Yeah, we spent almost an entire session talking about it.
It basically
it was an out-of-character discussion about how we were going to do this, because we didn't want to have an imbalance of power, because when we were doing it in character, basically what was happening was Amancio was becoming the de facto captain.
And Sonetta would just immediately go with it, and Jimmy would probably go with it.
And it was like, it got to a point where, like, the thing that put me over the edge with it was when somebody said, oh, you're gonna have to go through Jimmy, and then Jimmy's gonna go to Amancio, and I was like, no, thank you. that's
too much.
That was when I was like, okay, we need to sit down and have a chat.
Yeah.
So if you ever have an issue like that, just talk to your group.
It's basic tabletop etiquette. It's basic tabletop etiquette. If you're having an issue with what characters are doing, how you're feeling, whether or not you're having fun in the game, I'm gonna say this as kindly as I can, don't be a little fucking shit about it. Just open your mouth and say, hey, I'm not happy about the way this is going right now, can we talk about this? And if they talk over you and say, no, we can't talk about it, everything's fine, leave the table, it's not a table for you. I don't care if it breaks your friendships with them, they don't care about you.
Like Scotty,
I could have been a little pissed about it, because like, I'm dating Casey. Like, I could have been like, Casey, can you fix this? You're in charge of the game. Can you fix this for me? Like, I could have been a shit about it, but I was like, no, I need them to know that, like, hey, I'm not cool with this. And it's not fair.
Let's
sit down and talk. And
our characters had last campaign, like, we talked extensively out of character, like out of stream, what should be done. Between Alois and I'm blanking on her name. Your Goliath character.
Oh, Zala.
Zala, yes, sorry. About the fight with the undead creature. Like our fight surrounding that. We talked extensively out of game about what should be done with it and how to resolve the situation.
The timing on that was so weird for me. Because that was right after the play-by-post game that I play Carrick in kind of imploded, because one of our players had brought in another player who none of the rest of us knew, and we were having some in-character conflict with this other player, and I'm like, hey, I personally, like, I stood up and said, hey, I personally have a big issue with in-character conflict, and it's not that I don't want it to happen. In-character conflict can happen. I just would like to talk about it and make some plan for how we can move past the in-character conflict eventually, to get to a point where our characters know and like each other. Because I've had too many instances in my personal past where in-character conflict has turned into out-of-character conflict, and friendships have broken up over it. And I didn't see it coming because I thought we were talking about it and that we were, moving forward and that it was all just in character. So anytime in character conflict comes up in any game I'm in, I always, immediately say, hey, I don't mind if our characters have this issue with each other as long as we work out some way to resolve it eventually. We don't have to have an entire whole step-by-step playbook for it. I just want to have some
As
thoughts
long as the
about how we
steps
can
are
move
laid
forward.
out.
Yeah. Like, I just want
Like, it doesn't have to be
know,
scripted.
yeah,
Like,
how we're gonna do this so that they can
as
get
long as
along
the
at things.
framework for resolution is sort of in
Yeah.
place, where like, yeah, and that is why communication is very important
Yeah.
at the table, because
It's
there are some tables, I'm sure, who would prefer all that to be like, oh no, we just leave it to improv. If
Yeah.
it gets resolved, it gets resolved, and if that works for
some
them,
players, that's fine.
that's fine.
It doesn't work for me.
But
I have to have
Fair.
some kind of framework if there's going to be in-character conflict. Otherwise, I'm stressing about it and stressing about it and stressing about it, and I'm not enjoying the game anymore, and I'm suddenly dreading being in this game with these people that I like, and so on and so forth. So I'm always
it really
the first one to speak up
does.
when that happens. I can't deal with
It really does need to be discussed, because whether you want to admit it or not, you always put a bit of yourself into your characters, and you always
Yeah,
embody
there's always
them
at least
as
a
you
little
play
bit.
them.
And that's
and you really,
like a
when you're
huge
playing,
thing in
you
role
really,
playing, no matter what.
you're really thinking as them when you're in these heated discussions, when you're thinking like, no, this is the way it was. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I have to admit, I lost myself for a moment when we started the fight in character.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I started to get actually upset about it. I stopped myself, but
Mhm.
it was there.
And
You need to
it's
be
really
aware of
easy
yourself.
to transfer that into like it's really easy to transfer that out of character and into an actually personal thing. And like, I love all of you. I don't want to risk getting mad at you because of some stupid thing our characters are arguing over in this silly game that we play.
That's not real.
It's not even real. These characters aren't even
It's
real.
not
That's
even
not
us.
even us. So
But it feels so
Yeah.
personal, so you really have to be aware of how you're interacting with others and how you are feeling in
Mhm.
a situation in game.
Colin
Not just how you
is-
think your character would feel.
Colin is in the chat elaborating on my story about what happened in that game that blew up. The character was a loan shark working with people who were very anti-loan shark. And what he means is that the character that I had, like, a couple of us had a conflict with this character, like, in character. This character was a loan shark. My character is about as far away from loan shark as you can get. There was this violent loan shark, and then there was Carrick, the horny Robin Hood, who is the exact opposite of loan shark. And then
Is that-
there was
You're implying that Robin Hood is not horny.
also,
okay,
yeah,
Carrick is even hornier.
Carrick is a new
the
level of
horniest.
horny.
Carrick
I thought my first character Sarfi was horny. No, Carrick is
Carrick
horny.
is so fucking horny. Anyway, so there's horny Robin Hood, and then there's this loan shark, and then over on the same side as horny Robin Hood, there is Colin's character Sting, who's an assassin who, similarly to Carrick, targets nobles, people who are in charge and doing shitty things. So Carrick steals from nobles and then redistributes their wealth, and Sting murders nobles.
and then redistributes
And then
their
there's
wealth.
there's the loan shark, who was apparently supposed to join the party and travel with us, and we got very few sessions in before that whole thing exploded because I had said, "Hey, I can't deal with this inter-character conflict, and it's happening. I see it here. I would like to talk this out." And so yeah, the whole thing blew up. Like we tried to just go directly to her, but we also, like, we didn't know her, so we roped the friend in who had invited her to the game so that she could help us lay things out in a way that her friend would, understand where we were coming from. And yeah, that didn't work at all, and we ended up losing both of them as players, and that the person who had invited her in the first place is no longer our friend at all. None of us speak to her anymore because she started being really, really guilt-trippy and manipulative about the whole thing. In spaces that were not about the game at all, in such a way that it triggered a lot of people in my personal server because they saw her being guilt-trippy and manipulative, and it was bad.
Yeah.
Like, the fallout of that was so bad for me trying to do the right thing and these people not wanting to even consider why I wanted to talk about this. I got laughed at and called a child over saying, hey, I have a problem with this. I got told I was being childish about it. And I got told that it was really rude and selfish of me to stop the game.
If anything,
And the DM stepped in and said,
if anything,
wait,
you're being sure about it.
yeah. And the DM had to step in at that point and say, no, I stopped updating the game because I saw this conflict happening and I wanted to give you guys a chance to resolve it before we went further. I didn't make a goddamn decision about how our DM handled that. That was her. She took care of it. She did what she felt was necessary and appropriate. And it just spiraled out of control. I still don't even entirely understand how it happened, but it spiraled the fuck out of control. We got told, the couple of us that had been talking about how we wanted to approach this issue, got told that it was really rude that we were talking behind her friend's back. Which isn't what we were doing.
Yeah.
We were talking in private to organize our thoughts and figure out how we wanted to bring this directly to her. Talking behind someone's back is saying that they're a shitty person to other people. We never once said anything about who she was as a person. All we said was, hey, how do we want to handle this since we are having this issue in character? How do we want to bring this up to her so that we can say, hey, we'd like to solve this because we don't know you, but we would like to get to know you. We would like to make sure that you're still having fun in this game, but we would also like to make sure that we're still having fun in this game. So,
yeah.
It was really bad.
Anyway.
I got completely dismissed.
Communication is good.
Yeah, I got completely
It was
dismissed.
really
And
bad.
this person said, swore up and down that she didn't care if there was in-character conflict, and that actually it was funny that I was so upset by it. So yeah, it all just blew up.
That
Multiple
hits
servers
home really
it's
hard
kind of blew up
because as a kid, I was that kid who got angry a lot, and I was made fun of a lot for that.
for getting angry.
A lot of people, I would get angry at things that a lot of other people didn't get angry about. Now I'm learning that there's a reason for that, and people would laugh at me for that. And now I'm just like, well, they must have lived a very sad life, but also like, I did have issues, and I've learned what causes those issues.
And
see, though, briefly, the thing that I never knew quite how to articulate what others were doing that upset me so much. Like, the stupidest thing would make me angry, but the reason why it would make me angry, because I knew they were only doing that specific thing to taunt me, and I didn't know how to.
Because they knew it made.
To adults.
They knew that one thing was going to make me angry, and I was angry because I knew they were trying to make me.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about.
And you don't know how to articulate that
the chosen
as a kid
one.
to adults.
Your sister, the chosen one. What?
I'm good at that.
Yeah.
I wish people would talk more instead of just blowing things off, and I wish adults would listen to kids more and they say, no, I'm being. Something's happening. It's not my
Tabletop
fault.
etiquette. Tabletop etiquette
Solely
is
my
really
fault.
just.
We are going to have a whole thing about tabletop etiquette in the future.
I-
It's one of our
I-
projects on the going down the pipeline.
Yeah, I
We
really
want to do something
want to
about
just
it.
sit down and talk about tabletop etiquette extensively in a video, and I want to put out like a bunch of infographics or something to explain what tabletop etiquette is. And there's a whole bunch of other material out there, like Monty Cook's Consent in Gaming stuff is free, available on their website. Y'all should go look it up. It's a really useful tool to talk about what you're okay with having in your game, and so on and so forth. And then for decades, the X card has been a thing, which is just as soon as you're uncomfortable or not having fun anymore, you play the X card and you stop whatever you're doing, and either move to something completely new or talk about how to fix it.
And if you run into anyone who says that etiquette or consent in gaming is stupid, you need to get
Yeah,
the
avoid
fuck
them.
out.
Like,
There's-
Not worth your time in the
Briefly.
slightest.
In the Dragon Age campaign, Scotty, briefly we were fighting a mob of monsters
Mhm.
who are in game. No one would consider them semi-human, but we know they probably would be like this. And I briefly had one of them linking like they had a sling on their back. It was empty, but it was a sling. And you immediately say, "No, I need you to retcon this." And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
I retcon it.
Specifically a sling for holding a baby.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Because I couldn't, like, I was not the only one who was uncomfortable with that. I was just the one who spoke up about it at the time. But it's so fucking crucial when you are, like, interacting with people like this for hours at a time, because most of these games, you know, online, we only run for 3 or 4 hours, because that's about all we can handle sitting in front of a screen for. Home games, shit, Critical Role called their Campaign 2 finale home game length, because home games will often run 7 to 8 hours. I can tell you, I sat down and ran, I didn't run it, I was playing in essentially a 48-hour gaming marathon over Thanksgiving break one year with my brother and our friends. We only took breaks to sleep. We didn't take breaks to eat. People ran to the bathroom during the game sometimes, especially if they were, like, if we were in combat and it wasn't their turn, they would run to the bathroom, you know, at that point in time.
And they better have been thinking about what they would do in their
Yeah.
turn.
Nobody cooked. We just ordered food. We ordered pizza. We ordered takeout, whatever, for that 2 days. We ate leftover pizza for breakfast. We ordered lunch from somewhere. Like, for 2 days straight, we slept maybe 4 hours in between our sessions, and we just played D&D for fucking 48 hours. It was so much fun. But that's how home games are, because home games, you're not sitting in front of this screen that's burning lights into your eyes for hours at a time. You can get up and move around. You're not stuck in a chair where you start to get stiff and sore and uncomfortable.
And you start to lose focus.
But even if you're only playing 2 to 3 hour sessions, that's still, for a lot of people, that's weekly, right? And you're playing those 2 to 3 hour sessions with the same people every single week. And you're getting to know these people through their characters really, really, really well eventually over time. And tabletop etiquette, it's so fucking crucial, because if somebody's not having fun and they don't know how to say it, but somebody else does, then it becomes that person's responsibility, the person who knows how to say it, to look at them and go, "Hey, are you having fun still?" Like, it's our responsibility as people to take care of each other, which is why we sign off with "take care of each other" every week. I think the day we started was around the time of the big riots and everything happening last summer, and we opened that session with this big speech about what was going on and how we felt about it, where we stood on it. And at the end, I closed out with, "Remember to take care of each other." And Casey ended up picking that up and using that as our closing tagline every week, because that's the culture that we want to exude as we play games on this channel and in our group. Compass Rose wants to just convey this idea that, yes, this is just a game, but these are also still real
But
people
we're also
that you're
people.
talking to.
Yeah.
Like, we're all still real people with emotions and thoughts and feelings. And if you're not considering the person at the other end of the table, on the other end of the screen, what are you doing? Like, you have to stop and consider the people that you're playing with. And if you are one of those people who can tell when someone else isn't having fun, reach out to them and say, "Hey, how are you doing? How are you feeling? You know, what can we do to make sure that you're still having fun in this game?" And the DM should be having fun too. If the DM isn't having fun, there's also a problem, because this is a collaborative storytelling situation. Tabletop games are collaborative storytelling. The DM should also be having fun. the DM is not just the person running the game, they are also one of the players. Like, everyone should be having fun. Yes, the DM is in charge, so if something between players goes, like, too far, then the DM needs to step in and fix it. But the DM should also be having fun. And if you can't solve the problem, if you can't find a way to make sure that the person that isn't having fun is able to still enjoy the campaign and go back to having fun with it, then someone needs to leave the table. Whether it be the person who's not having fun or the person who is responsible for them not having fun. One way or the other. Because sometimes it's just not the right table for you. And everyone needs to be willing to accept that that is a possibility. Maybe you like these people and you want to have fun with them, but this isn't the game for you. These aren't you know, the people you should be playing this game with. This is not the table for you. That's
I can tell you a story about that.
Yeah.
But if we do, we should say goodbyes for some of the people.
I was gonna say we should probably start wrapping up soon before we just continue going.
It is getting late. We've been on for about
It's
4
getting
hours
late. We were
now.
talking about losing focus and all of that. A lot of us have concentration
I'm autistic.
issues.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I've got ADHD. I'm working on getting diagnosed.
Yeah.
So yeah, and also my cat's trying to cough up a really nasty hairball, so I need to help him. So
Yeah. So we
But
should
it was
probably
so
wrap up
nice
for the night.
being with you
yeah.
guys tonight and discussing everything. I'm so happy
even
that
if
we
it got
finally have.
serious.
Yeah.
I know it's a few days
Um,
late, but thank you everyone for coming to our anniversary extravaganza.
And
We're
I would
supposed
like
to do more games, but
Yeah, we were
got
supposed to play more games, but
distracted.
we got distracted talking with, you know.
It's
But
it's
I
on
would like
brand.
That's fine.
to
You just
remind
get to see our
everyone-
faces.
Yeah. I would like to remind everyone, go check out our Twitter, look at the giveaway information and the schedule that we've got up. We've got a lot of fun games that we are going to be playing throughout this month. We're going to be having some guests on while we play some of these games. It's going to be a good time. And with the giveaway information, make sure you look at it closely, follow the links, because right now it's just the grand prize and 2 small prizes. But if we reach enough subscriptions on Twitch, if we get word of enough donations to various, you know, queer-focused charities, the list is linked in the giveaway information on Twitter. And if we get enough likes and views on the first Free Skies session on YouTube, we'll add more prizes. So check that
I
out.
wanted to say real quick, one of the reasons why we're doing the Google Sheet instead of doing it off the likes and revlogs and stuff as we did on Twitter, there was a lot of people, unfortunately, who fell through the cracks and they only completed 2 out of 3 or 1 out of 3 of the requirements for getting entered into the giveaway. So this is just a lot more easy for you to, if you want to enter, just straightforwardly enter.
And then on top of that, we are using the Google form also because not everybody who follows us is on Twitter. Not everybody uses Twitter. Honestly, I don't like Twitter very much. I'm on it, but I don't like it very much.
A hell site that I could never escape.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I can't believe that
We've
it
got-
managed to become worse than Tumblr.
yeah. So we've got, you know, a handful of people who follow us on Facebook specifically. We've got a huge following on Tumblr somehow, which is wild to me. And
Awesome.
if our giveaway is only available to our Twitter followers, that excludes a huge amount of people who are following us on other forms of social media. And then, of course, our Discord community, which we would like to invite everyone to join. If you haven't, you can check out the card link on... you can check out... Bucky. You can check out the card link on Discord, or it should be... If you scroll down a little on Twitch, the card link is right there, and it has a link into our Discord. The card link on Discord, the card link on our Twitter profile, and the card has our Discord link in it, and you can come hang out with us and chat with us, and it's not a goal listed on the sheet, but maybe if we reach a certain member count, we might add another prize.
Just cuz.
Yeah. So, think about it.
Ask us
but yeah.
questions. We love answering strange questions about our characters.
Yeah.
And there will be less
frankly-
rambling if we have questions to
Yeah.
answer.
And frankly, you don't even have to talk to us about the shit we're doing. You can talk to us about your own
Anything.
tabletop games. You can talk to us about... We have a hidden politics
Animals.
channel that I'll bring back out occasionally when things are, happening.
When things are
Um,
crazy.
Yeah. I think it's called The World is on Fire or something like that. And
Mhm.
it's
I think
currently
so.
it's currently archived. And I bring it back out from time to time when we want to talk about stuff that's happening that we don't want to just flood in our general chat. But yeah.
We have a channel for pet pictures.
Yeah.
We have a channel about video games. We've got an art channel. We've got a music channel. We've got
a channel
a
where
library,
we just
which could be
books.
about.
Books
yeah.
or comics.
We've got all
Um,
kinds of stuff, and you can also even see other people's stuff.
Yeah.
Like if we have other people from other TTRPG streams and podcasts
Yep,
in
we've
our
got,
chat, so they're posting
Transplaners,
their stuff.
Yeah, Transplaners announcement channel is hooked up into our self promo. Gender
Dungeon
Meowster.
Mouse,
Yeah,
I can't
Gender.
say
Gender
that.
Meowster.
Gender
Um,
Meowster.
Gender Meowster posts about what they've got going on in there. So yeah, just come hang out. If you've got a show or a tabletop game or whatever that you want to, build more of a network for, come talk to us. And hey, if you make tabletop games, we'd like to play them.
Yes.
So come
Yeah.
talk to us about that.
Yes.
Um,
Please talk
especially
to us.
on our Discord. So yeah, just come join the Discord server.
Yeah.
I think it's time that we wrap up for the night, everyone. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We love you all, and take care of each other.